Yep. And then bridge. So I'll just make sure that it's working. Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. The camera.
Other side. Yeah. Maybe if you do that a little bit too, so that the phone is not in the. Yeah. It's not. Oh, but then you don't get the logo. Yeah, I think it's good. I mean, unless someone is super tall, much taller than me, maybe you stand there.
Someone could be taller than me. Yeah, okay. Great. I can also adjust it if need be as well. One, two, yes, 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Yes, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2.
I need the mouse, right? Well, so
I've got a keyboard which has a mouse trackpad as well.
Yeah, I can do it from the back. So in terms of Windows, the best way to do it would be to just escape and then switch.
Yep, exactly.
Hover over and just switch. Okay.
Yep.
All right, perfect. I wanted to run this just to make sure it works. And that at the top.
But it has to be on the screen, kind of, I think. It's fine on the top. I mean, you can hide it as well. It just might make. Will you be sharing the whole time? It's not going to stop. Yeah, okay. In that case, we can just hide it, and then. The only thing is, just wondering how we get it back out. Oh, okay, then you just have to press escape if you want to get it back. Yeah. Or would it be easier for me to leave it up there? Do you think? Yeah. Oh, I might just test these mics again. Test 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Yes. Test, yes. just going to turn these off and put them aside.
Have you got a mask mandate? Okay. Let me just make sure. It's weird, but I tweeted it to myself, so. Yep. I just downloaded it as PDF. Is that all right? I think it would display better as a PDF. I'm just checking.
Should I?
Hello, everybody. Better. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello.
So this is the first one. This is the second one. Hey. Oh, hi. just
Oh, yeah,
setting that up should be fine.
Yeah, great. Does the clicker work with that in full screen?
It does. I wanted to test it actually. It says that if I go here. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, of course. I suppose that even if it's PDF, everything should be working fine, right? This one is- Where is it? You see it?
I think you click on that little, like,
Here.
yeah, or the little red.
Stop. No.
Oh no, I think if you see that little tick next to
Oh,
it,
okay.
just
No,
leave it. Is that? No, thank
or it's in the other one. No. Ah. Eight, 4, 7, 26, 20, 50, 69. Passcode?
Yeah.
945726. So do I just go here? And then one here. So here, how do we show just the one person then? So
So
for you, looks like that. but
yeah. So if you go to, I think if we go.
And how is it automatically mute everyone?
Yes. Oh, I should set that up actually. So yeah, you can go participants, mute participants on entry. And we don't want participants to unmute themselves, right? Because I mean, no one else is going to be talking over Zoom. So maybe let's just keep that off. And yeah, they can renounce themselves, enable waiting room. So we just need to turn that off when Noel says. And yeah,
Okay.
that's all good. So yeah, people can't talk. Yeah.
It's so annoying.
I know.
All right, I think we're good. So it's PowerPoint. PDF. Yeah, and you can hear okay. Yep. Testing, okay. Yeah, you can hear me? Oh, good. No? Hello. Yes, there'll be a signing outside by the, bright orange tables. I do not, but there'll be people there. Just, yeah, not yet, but they will be there. Yeah, it works.
Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Yes. And 2. Yes. One, 2.
It's super low on here. I think that, well, when you see that
Yeah.
I'm super close and it's still not.
But it's okay because there's actually, if you look in the, even though it's low there,
Yeah,
it
should be okay.
it's in audio settings. Like it's actually pretty good.
Okay.
Like it's on max. It's actually the sound card's like compressing all the audio.
Okay.
So do you mind just talking one more time?
Yep. Testing 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's like 150 people. Okay, great. And they can hear us soon.
It's working. There you go. So she told me that this was supposed to be running for 10 minutes or so.
So is this the one? All right, well, it's already 4 minutes past, so I think we should probably begin. So I put that. Okay. All right, so welcome everybody to our HDR Industry and Innovation event that we've designed for you today. We're really pleased that there's been so much interest. I think that there will be some people coming along as well. We're also online, and the session this afternoon is going to be recorded. Just so you know, there's a bit of housekeeping before we start. If you go out these doors and straight along, that's where you'll find the bathrooms, so that you know that. So let me start first by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today. So we're meeting today on the land of the Gadi people of the Eora Nation. And the Gadi people have a long history of learning and the oral tradition, coming together to share knowledge. And hopefully we're going to be using this kind of long tradition today. So I'd like to pay my respects to elders, past, present, and emerging, and also to any Indigenous people who are here with us today. Welcome. Okay, so what we're going to do in the first session this afternoon is I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about Sydney Uni. My name's Louise Sharp. I'm the Director of Graduate Research, so I sit in the Deputy Vice Chancellor's of Education's Office and look after strategy and policy for our higher degree research or HDR cohort. And so I'm really pleased that there's so much interest in industry because it's something that the university is wanting to talk about. And I just want to give you a bit of a view that I have for HDR at this university and where industry fits into that. So I started my role as Director of Graduate Research last August. And one of the things that I've noticed, I've been at this university as a member of the academic staff since last century, so it's a while. And over the last, you're laughing as though that's not true, but it's true. And actually over the last decade, what I've noticed is that the language around our HDR students at this university has really changed. So I hear people talking about the cost of the PhD stipend. I hear people talking about the cost of tuition fees, the cost of computers for students, of finding space for students, the burden and workload associated with supervision. And to me, this is a new thing. So I've had a lot of HDR students. So I'm coming close now to 60 completions. I have one more that's just doing emendations at the moment. And the HDR cohorts that I have worked with, my own students, have been nothing of a burden. They have added great value to my own program of research. They've made enormous contributions to the research areas that I work in, both in terms of the school and faculty and university, but also they add a lot to impact in the communities in the research that I do. And I know that this is true throughout the university. So the first thing I really wanted to do as the Director of Graduate Research was to really change the conversation. So we're talking about the value that you guys bring to the institution. So we did a project that I called the Value of HDR Students. And hopefully I can, there we are. So one of the ways in which you guys bring a lot of value to this university, right, is teaching, right? So we did some case studies. The one I present here is on the faculty of, oh dear, it's on the Faculty of Medicine and Health. Oh, this is not working very well. I don't know where our, okay. So this is on the Faculty of Medicine and Health. But we did it also in business and also in architecture, design and planning. And what we found is that about a third of our cohort are actually employees of the university in one way or another. So some people are working alongside academics in research, some are in professional roles, but the vast majority are involved in teaching as casual academics. And in fact, in FMH of the undergraduate units, 100% of the units have some input from their HDR cohort. This is a really important contribution to the university, and hopefully it's a wonderful synergy where as HDR students, you're learning actually to lecture, to get good at presenting material, which will help you in subsequent work that you go on to do. And at the same time, that contribution is really helping us to be able to teach the next generation of students. Now, we did a lot of benchmarking and publications. So this slide is of engineering and SOLS. SOLS is the largest school at the university, the School of Life and Environmental Sciences. So let me just show you a few things that are important here. These are the numbers of output. that were created by those who completed their PhDs in either SOLS or engineering in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. And you can see that there's a huge number of those. Next to it, you see the number of citations. So this is how many times the work of HDR students who completed in those years was cited, research impact that's so important to the university. More important, if we look at this column, for example, the field weighted citation impact, what you'll see is that in the world, by definition, the average is 1. And in Australia, we're punching above our weight, right? So we get cited more than we should in world standards. But you can see that the students are publishing actually are getting cited even more than the average of the academics in Australia. Right? So it's not like people are publishing a lot and it's not good quality. Look at this column, the publications in the top 10% of journals. 16% in the world publish in those outlets, 26% in Australia. Look at 2019, the engineering cohort, nearly 50% of their publications are in the top 10% of journals, right? You guys are doing extraordinary work that contributes a lot to the university. We did a survey of all the successful chief investigators on category 1 funded grants. So that's ARC, NHMRC, the Medical Research Future Fund. And we found that HDR students had contributed pilot data to 60% of the successful applications that the university had from 2017 to 2021. And that was approximately $100 million worth of research that was underpinned by your hard work. So I say this because these are really important contributions, and I want to share this information, not just with you, I want to share it with supervisors, with the management of the university, because you're doing fantastic work. And one of the places where you can do really important, fantastic work is actually in industry. So we already have a little bit of this. Oh, sorry, that's on fire. So this is 2 of our HDR students from the Faculty of Engineering, Matthew Boostred and Matthew Crott. And they developed this system that helps newborn babies who are struggling to breathe better. That is 10 million babies in the world are born struggling for breath. And they have developed a new product that helps those babies, and a startup which is worth $3.8 million. 2 of our PhD students from the Faculty of Engineering. Now that's impact. That's not a few citations or publishing in a really good journal. That's really helping our community, right? And this is just an example, but we could be doing more of this. Another example, we looked at the patent data that HDR students were involved with from 2017 to 21. And there were 27 patents that involved HDR students. One of them was for a metabolite-inspired selective oxytocin receptor agonist. That sounds very complicated, but this is potentially the beginning of a new drug which will change the face of treatment for alcohol use disorders, which is a huge problem in our community. Also, they're looking at research. We have a student who's doing work on trying to adapt this new medication to help with social disorders like social anxiety. These are important community problems, and these are students like yourself who are learning research, but actually making a huge difference and really contributing. But as you can see, we only had 27 patents in a large period of time. And this is what we really want to capitalize on. And so that's why today, we know that these sorts of experiences are really important. Most of our students, over 90%, end up in full-time employment. These are in comparison to postgraduate and undergraduate students. You can see that they're highly paid and well employed. And what's really important, and one of the reasons why when we had the opportunity to put this together, is to know that you see this line here, well, on the right-hand side, we are training more and more people in PhDs, and there's a lot of criticism of this, because you can see that the orange line, which is the number of new academics, is not going up anywhere near the rate at which we are training new PhD students. But I don't think this is a problem. And the reason I don't think it's a problem is because if you look on the other side of the graph, 48% of you, before you start your PhDs, don't want to become academics. You want the training in critical thinking. You want the training in the kind of graduate attributes that being able to develop your own research program and to conduct it and to write about it brings you. And one of the ways to really improve that is actually through industry internships and collaborations. And so that's what is going to be the topic this afternoon of our talk. So I don't know if anyone has any very quick questions for me, because I don't think any of you have come here to see me. You've actually come here to see others. So what I will say is I'm about to hand over. What we're going to be using this afternoon is Slido. So you can use the event code 7275106. You don't need an account. If you have questions as Inga is talking, you can write them down. And our wonderful moderators here, Athea and Mark, are going to be coordinating the questions once Inga has had a chance to talk to you. So without further ado, I am going to introduce Inga. So Professor Inga Mewburn. I'm so delighted that she's been able to join us today from ANU. Most of you might know her as the Thesis Whisperer, and I've already seen her signing some books that people have had. She has, oh, there we are. Inga has a background as a designer and researcher, and has been at the University of Melbourne in RMIT before she came to ANU. Since 2006, she's worked predominantly and purely with PhD students and early career academics. And I saw her at an Australian Council of Graduate Research meeting recently, talking about some of the fantastic work that she's done on employment and industry opportunities for PhD graduates, and thought that she would be fantastic to come and talk to us at this event this afternoon. And I couldn't be more pleased that she agreed. She is the Director of Research and Development at ANU, and she does a lot of professional development workshops and programs. And I think we are very, very lucky to have Inga to join us this afternoon. So thank you, Inga.
Thank you, Louise, and thank you everyone for coming to talk about this important issue. And I know that you've got a whole program of events planned, so I think that it'll be a really interesting day. So it actually is 2.5 years since I got on a plane, so it was my first flight this morning. I'm pleased to report that it's more uncomfortable than ever. So this thing seems to flip forward and back. I'll just sort of let it settle down. So it's my pleasure and privilege to come and talk to you today. I want to talk to you about the research I've been doing with my team at ANU. I realise I've actually been working on this for 10 years now. I probably could have done 2 PhDs on it. So I'm going to own my status as an expert in post-PhD employability. Everything that I'm going to talk about is research informed, and here's a list of our research papers. I tweeted this paper out under my Twitter handle, Thesis Whisperer. So if you Google Thesis Whisperer Twitter, the last tweet or 2 that I did, you'll find a link to the slide deck. Everything in the slide deck that looks like a link is a link. And this is a list of our research publications, and that's the research team. So I'm talking on behalf of the team today as well. So that's myself, Associate Professor Will Grant, Associate Professor Hannah Suleiman, Lindsay Hogan, Chen Chen, and Chirath. So we really have been working on this problem of post-PhD employability together since 2016. And one of the reasons we do this work is, I think we've summed up well in this word cloud here. I've given variations of this talk maybe about 100 times over the last 2 years, so I should be good at it. Very rarely done it live though, due to the nature of what's been happening. And I've been collecting over that time this word cloud where people have just entered 3 words about how they feel about the employment market. The same words pop up: hopeless, anxious, uncertain, scared. When you look closer, there's other words: curious and brave. In fact, I think it's fair to say that the feelings are very mixed and have changed. Down in the right-hand corner there, you can see, well, it's right-hand to me, there's a low amount of confidence on whether there's a job for you after your PhD, whether you're well prepared for it. And I think this is a travesty, actually. You're some of the most highly educated, most intelligent, most capable people on the planet. And the fact that you're feeling this way about your post-PhD employment is a worry, and I don't think it has to happen. And I want to give a message of data-driven hope today. One of the reasons that we feel like there's no place for us when we finish our PhD is if you type PhD into any standard search engine like Seek, 80% of the jobs that you could see, you don't. Most employers who are looking for a researcher don't put PhD in the job ad. We went back and asked some of these employers why, and they gave us various reasons, some of which included that they were worried you might want to be paid too much. Yep, that gets a laugh. They were also worried that you weren't really committed to it, that you'd want to leave. They thought there weren't enough of you, and so they didn't want to cut down their market of potential applicants. And sometimes they just thought you were, well, a little bit weird. So they'd use words like alien or another planet or creatures from the swamp lagoon. And I think a lot of this is unfair and stereotyping, but it is the cultural headwind that we're faced, particularly in this country with employers. So when you type PhD into a standard search engine, what you tend to see is academic jobs, and this reinforces the idea that there's nothing else, which is very far from true. So what we did is we designed what's called a machine learning natural language processing algorithm. I call it an algorithm. It's not really. It's a processing or set of technologies that we've yoked together. And what it can do is it can read job ads like I do. I trained it. So I read a job ad. I say, this job ad's got PhD-ness to it. It's looking for someone creative, someone analytical, someone who's got what I call nerdish enthusiasm, expertiness, and all these sort of feelings about the job ads that a human can read between the line. We just had to train the machine model with enough data and it can replicate our scrutiny, but on a scale of millions. It took us 18 months to make this algorithm. It was really hard. But once you've made an algorithm like that, it can do 1 million jobs in a day. So it can just sit there and chug away, and it can categorize a whole database of jobs. So this graph is sort of from a data set we got from Seek in 2015, which was every job that they published on the seek.com website. And we ranked them from 0, which is not very research skills intensive, to 10, which is super research skills intensive. Anything that was above a 7, we ranked as highly research intensive. That's that section in yellow. When I was in high school doing calculus, they taught us this procedure to calculate the area under a curve on the graph. And I thought, what is the earthly reason for that? When am I ever going to do that in my life? And then it came back to me a couple of years ago. That's why, because that's the total number of jobs that we say research intensive in the market. Once you've got an algorithm like this, you can use it to perform some really interesting observations of the job market. So this, for instance, is a graph from all the manufacturing, transport and logistics jobs in the seek.com data set in 2015. And it's ranked on our spectrum from 0 to 10. We call this the nerdiness index. So how nerdy is the job? We can see the truck driver jobs down the bottom. There's a heap of those, but they're not very nerdy. And then there's office personnel technicians. They often use the products of research, but they don't make new knowledge. And so we put our cutoff past that big lump there. And when we look at the jobs that sit in the distribution curve past our threshold, we see things like in this particular industry, 3D printing, robotics, AI, and so on. I like to give the example of Amazon. It used to have warehouses full of people. Now there are warehouses full of robots. Someone still needs to make the robots, design the robots, program the robots. And that's the kind of the jobs that we see here. Importantly, we designed our algorithm to be interdisciplinary. What we did was we imagined the ideal PhD graduate. We didn't put any particular techniques or methods in that. And so what is a result? We can measure the whole job market and look across it. Now, I know this is small, which is why I gave you the link in Twitter if you want to look it up. But these are the top 20 industries that have research intensive jobs. This doesn't mean people are in these jobs have PhDs. It just means that the type of work that they're talking about is PhD level work. So we can see that we've got a large number of jobs in state government administration. When we look at those jobs, there's strategic policy oriented jobs, sometimes teaching jobs that are sitting inside government. And then we've got banking, hospitals, engineering, computer system design. And you might be wondering, why is scientific research services so small? It's up here in this little blue quadrant. And you might say, well, your algorithm doesn't work, Inga, because clearly that should be big. And yes, it should, but bear in mind that the Australian job market for scientific graduates is quite small. The biggest employer of Australians is retail. We do love to shop. And you can see retail on this graph here, right up the top, this little skinny segment here. So there's jobs in retail that are to do with sort of data analytics and so on. And that's a really interesting thing to watch since the pandemic, actually. But if we change our view and say, instead of looking at the total number of sort of nerdy jobs in each industry, what about the proportion? So if you walk into a place and per number of people they employ, are they more likely to have PhD level jobs? And when you do that, scientific research services stops being the smallest and starts being one of the biggest. This is one of the biggest reliefs when this graph popped out, because when you do this kind of work, it's just a spreadsheet full of numbers. And until you give it some visualization, you can't really see what it's saying. It's followed by some really interesting industries. Software publishing, that's your Microsoft's. Data processing, web hosting, that's your Google's. I'm presenting sort of off Google right now. Non-store retailing, that's your Amazon's. And internet publishing and broadcasting, that's your Netflix. And in fact, they're quite pandemic-proof industries, if you'll recall. I certainly do. Sitting on the couch watching of the Netflix, ordering of the Amazon's, was part of our life. And in fact, we saw an opposite spike in non-store retailing demand. It went up during the pandemic when everything else was going down. And that's because on-store retail shopping through websites is a very data-intensive type of activity. And so they need people who can deal with that and make sense of it. So you can see here down here, and the growth of supermarket and grocery stores over the pandemic. So what we've been doing is every 6 months releasing a trend report. So if you go to postact.com.au, you can find our latest trend report, and we keep an eye on what industries are hiring. And we also look at the total number of jobs and track a bit of the health of the industry and the health of the sector, because job ads are kind of like a canary in a coal mine of an economy. They're the first things to go when we had the big lockdown. There's a massive sort of COVID drop off, and then they climb back quickly. So we can see here the drop off in jobs, in non-academic research intensive jobs here, this sort of COVID cliff that happened in the first lockdown, and a sort of climb back out in a massive overshoot actually. So the economy, the government's not wrong about saying the economy was going great guns. We'll have to see if that's continued, because there was a big dip when the Omicron hit Australia, and it was uncontained. There was what we call a sort of shadow lockdown. Even though they didn't lock us down in houses, the jobs kind of disappeared. Now, one of the interesting things about looking for non-academic jobs is you can do the reverse and look at the academic job market as well. So we've been refining our algorithm that finds academic jobs, and it ranks them according to research field of research code. And you can see here as well that there was a similar drop off in academic jobs, one big drop off and then another as the university started to really feel the bite of no job keeper. And then a slow climb back to the sort of situation normal at the end of last year, which might seem a bit counterproductive, but what we saw in that is increasing casualisation. So the job of a professor like me was walking out the door and be replaced by a level B on a 1-year contract, that kind of thing. So that's the kind of churn we're seeing in the market now. So we keep an eye on the academic and the non-academic job market. And we fund this work by doing a product. Partly we fund the research because it's very hard to get funding for this kind of research. The government doesn't like to fund research on higher education. So commercializing the product is one way to do that, but it also makes it available to you. So we have this product called Postact, and basically you can type anything into the search engine there. It's got a really funky search engine. You could type your thesis topic into it if you want, and you can see jobs that are available this week and then surf our archive. And jobs are really interesting because they're a wish list for a person who doesn't exist. But what they do is tell you something about employer desires. So you can't access it. Sydney doesn't have a subscription at the moment, but there is a demo there, and we do release our reports. I teased you about the academic job market. So we did measure it, and we found that really the kind of funding that goes into academia really does determine the number of jobs, as you might expect. So we've got here health sciences and biomedical and clinical sciences. By far and away the millionaires of the academic world, if you're looking for post-PhD employment in academia. However, half the jobs, more than half the jobs in some cases, are contingent or casual. That's that yellow line there. There's a really strong postdoc market, but then translating that into kind of long-term employment can take a lot longer. Poor old philosophy and religious studies up here in a good year has 24 jobs, and a bad year has got 6, and it's been 2 bad years in a row for philosophy. Okay, so we are doing this to show you basically what are your options in the non-academic and the academic market, and to really make some shrewd decisions for yourself. Because some of us are prepared to take the trade-off of the academic life. How long you want to do that for is a question that only you can answer, but at least you can see what chance you've got. I would have loved that when I first started looking for an academic job. I wanted to be an architecture lecturer. I don't stand before you today as that, and that's a more than 20-year journey. So just located in the skills, let's come back to sort of skills and experience, how you access these jobs. There's different ways of thinking about skills. This is one of the most common ways of thinking about academic skills. It's called the Research and Development Framework, and it was developed by interviewing about 200 working researchers in the UK and just saying, what do you do all day? And then they categorised the work into 4 domains: personal effectiveness, knowledge, engagement impact, and research governance and organisation. And then these subdomains that sit around the edges that further describe that type of work. I like to think about this as being split down the middle. On the right-hand side here, the skills that are developed during the PhD, there's a kind of grit and resilience piece, a sort of self-management piece, and the subject matter expertise and creativity. And then over here, this is more about things like getting money, organising resources, research ethics, and engagement, which is the publishing piece and things like the 3MT. It's good that Gillian's drawing on it. Thank you, Gillian. You'll be happy to know that you are doing B3 at the moment, which is professional and career development. And I am doing D3, sorry, engagement and impact. Okay, so it's a pretty good description of academic work. The work I originally did with Rachel Pitt in 2013, we looked at academic jobs, and this is where this whole kind of interest of mine started. And we mapped them against the Research and Development Framework. And what we found, and it's interesting what Louise was saying about people who are working in the academy, is that those things that aren't necessarily developed during the PhD, but they are developed by working in a university, which is this side of the RDF, are very well expressed even in entry-level jobs here at level B. And as you go on, you literally become more well-rounded. So we know that the skills and expertise that you develop during your PhD has some application outside, but how much? And I think this is a really unanswered question, maybe an unanswerable one, but I'm going to have a crack. What we did do as a first step is to try and map our non-academic jobs against the RDF, and we saw some interesting sort of silences. One thing that I'll note is that non-academic employers aren't really interested in the sort of thing that I'm doing right now, engagement and impact. Any thoughts as to why? It doesn't make money, thank you. In fact, it tells everyone their secrets. Why would you want to do that? They usually hire someone like an evangelist or a guru or someone to do this kind of work. We're very open in academia, and we're very much about sharing, and maybe industry isn't as interested in that, less of what we can see from their job ads. The other thing that we saw that was an interesting silence was here under finances, finding funding, resources and finance. Why do you think that is? Any thoughts? Because they have money, right? We are always in a scramble scarcity environment here to fund research in universities. That's why we're kind of obsessed with it. But industry, there's money. So actually it's sounding pretty good to me. I don't know about you, but not having to scramble. And all this stuff around the sort of grit piece, resilience, personal management, autonomy, kind of dealing with setbacks, dealing with failures. That's what this whole sort of quadrant down here. They've got much less need for that. So maybe it's nicer. I don't know. So make of that what you will. So that was an interesting little exercise. And we did also notice that they were very interested in your critical thinking abilities and also quite interested in your subject matter expertise. So there's often a story told that you somehow have to sort of dump everything that you learnt from your PhD and go on and do something else entirely. I kind of look like that sort of person on the face of it. My PhD was about hand gestures in architecture classrooms. I'm not standing here lecturing about that today, but I know a lot of what I learnt there. And by doing that, I've used in terms of research technique, in terms of ways of organising data and so on, I've used continuously since. So when we look at academic job ads versus non-academic job ads and look at the top 5 skills, we can see the only real difference in the top 5 is that, of course, as you'd expect, lecturing and teaching comes in number 5, but I would have thought it was number 1 really, but here it is number 5. They want people who can work with other people, who can organise and plan things, who can carry out projects, as do non-academic employers. And in fact, when you look at what's number 6, it's project management. Okay, so on the face of it, the skills and expertise that you develop during your PhD is applicable outside, but how transferable is it? And when you dig down, it raises a lot of questions. So building relationships, if that's number 1, what does it mean? It's sort of getting along with people, business development, being the sort of person that can be taken as the resident expert into business meetings and to explain things to non-experts, and building bridges with other knowledge experts. And how well do we build relationships in academia? It's a very competitive profession. Although we like to share things openly, we are actually quite into secrecy as well, and not telling each other what we've got until we can claim it and it's ours, and not let people in to that process in case we lose our IP. So there are some cultural differences there that are worth teasing out and thinking about, because when you're collaborating in an industry environment, if you're holding on to your ideas until the last minute, maybe that's not the best thing for the business. Communication skills are really complicated, such a huge term for so many different abilities. I want to highlight too that listening is a form of communication, a really important part of the package. And we're very used to talking as academics. My husband says that he hates going out to dinner with a bunch of academics because we just try and talk over the top of each other, because we're used to doing what I'm doing here, which is standing up and being the one who gets to talk while everyone else is quiet. Writing reports and memos, writing across many genres. Presenting both to expert and to non-expert audiences. And I'm not talking about necessarily in a 3-minute thesis sort of way. We often put forward the 3-minute thesis and say, oh, that's a really good industry skill. Actually, it's a really good academic skill. The industry skill comes from the teaching setting. So if you're in there and you're teaching novices, you're teaching first years, you're trying to engage people, that's an incredible set of planning skills, engagement, influencing skills, and being able to break down and provide instructions that people can follow, which is an incredible skill set in industry. Making representations of data, some people have more emphasis on that than others, and just being able to clearly explain the risk of a project to someone. So there's a lot of skills there in communication, and I think that we actually do pretty well in academia in giving you opportunities to develop those skills. But I noticed that I run the communications workshop in my team, and I have the most trouble getting people to come along to anything in that, because they're very much seeing communication as just writing. It's so much more than that. Planning, what does that mean? Well, forecasting the project requirements and thinking about the time that it's going to take to deliver this thing, getting feedback from others, anticipating what has to be done before what else. These are sort of complex sort of planning tasks, and of course, broadly applicable in any kind of industry. I put it to you, colleagues, that academics aren't very good at this. If we judge by how long PhD candidates tend to take to finish their PhD, I was admiring the fact that Louise was telling me that you had 60% on-time completions. I'm not going to embarrass myself publicly by telling you what ANU is, but it's not 60%. And that's because the nature of the work that we're doing. It's not because we're really bad at it or lazy. It's just that our projects are really uncertain. Things change, and the planning process is incredibly reactive. Other planning processes in industry aren't the same, and there's really a lot to be said about what are the differences there. Teamwork. Some of you work well in teams anyway. Who would say that they work in a team as part of their PhD? Hands up. Like quite a lot of you, right? Who would say, I sit on my own most of the time? Yeah, okay. So it really does depend what kind of project you're doing and where, as to how much exposure you've had to teamwork. But the role of yourself in a team, it seems to be in these job ads, is the kind of trusted expert on board, the one who can really help people. And so again, I come back to that teaching piece. Teaching is basically helping people to learn, and filling that role in industry, there's more call for it than you would think. And of course, participating in meetings appropriately, not taking them over, not arguing with people all the time. And we do teach you to be attack sharks. And some cultures of academia are much more shark-like than others, not looking at you economics. Any economics people in here? Yeah. Yeah, so sharks. And so that doesn't always work in a commercial setting, okay? So where we are, as academics, looking for a search for truth and rigor, and that sometimes doesn't translate into, you know, friendly relationships in some cases. And project management, and there's so much to project management, and there's many different forms and ways to become certified in project management. But I would say again that the nature of our projects is very different, and that we don't tend to look and finish projects as quickly as, say, industry would want a project finished. There's very few industries that would wait 3 years to get the outcome of a project. 3 months, 6 months, sometimes is all you get. So learning to be good enough, learning to do it well enough, but not perfectly, that's a different kind of culture altogether. I'm just always interested in finding really practical things when we look at the job ads, and I just sort of crunched the numbers in 2019. What were the kind of software packages that were mentioned? And good old Excel is there up the top. And you'll see Excel in heaps of jobs that have qualitative skills. So people who are interviewing, doing observation data, things like UX, CX kind of jobs, that people who were doing sort of qualitative social science projects would be good for. If you just pick up a little bit of Excel, maybe get yourself around a pivot table, it does really expand your chances of getting employment. So to wrap it up a bit, I think the thing about being a PhD candidate is you've been really good at school for a long, long time. Am I right? Like really good at it. And so you're used to tests, and you're used to milestones, and you're used to kind of metrics, because that's how we measure things inside universities. But when you get on the job market, other things come to matter. So I try to say, from an employer point of view, trying to employ a PhD graduate, it's like, which chocolate ice cream do I pick? They're all creamy and delicious. What one do I feel like today? What one's going to suit me? What do I like the taste of? It's more those kind of decisions, which really puts some PhD students, it's not something you're used to being judged on, which is often you're used to being judged on your outcomes. And looking at the job market, I think sometimes we make the mistake, for instance, of thinking academia is this winner takes all market versus an auction market. So a winner takes all market is where only one skill really counts. I've got a ballerina there. You can be a fat ballerina, a thin ballerina, an old ballerina, a young ballerina, but if you can't do ballet, you can't be a ballerina. That's a winner takes all market. Only one skill really matters over a lot of other skills. Whereas in an auction market, lots of combinations of skills count. And sometimes the category mistake that people make in academia is to think that academia is all about publishing. That's treating it like a winner takes all market, when in fact our research on academic job markets shows that actually it's the auction market. It's that mix of skills. Have you taught large classes? Can you teach online? That will count against that portfolio and be balanced up into what kind of chocolate ice cream gets eaten that day. Sorry, I'm probably stretching this metaphor beyond a safe for work. And if you think about auction job markets, and most job markets are auction markets, the rare and unusual combination of skills tends to be what counts in an auction market. So if you're a qualitative researcher and you've got a bit of pivot table ability and Excel spreadsheet kind of land, that's a rare and unusual combination of skills. I'm a social scientist trained in non-participant research observation around gesture. Now I've learned all about machine learning. That's a rare and unusual combination. I always try and do that in my work. And I found it to be a winning career combination. And I'll just put it to you to think about interdisciplinary work. Who does identify as interdisciplinary? Right, you would have already encountered the difficulties of interdisciplinary work around publishing. Are these problems still in industry? I don't think so, not to the same extent. So you might have some advantages outside that others don't, but I think there's a lot of unanswered questions around that. So to wrap up, what next? I think uncertainty is all we can really count on. After economic shocks, as you can see in this graph, the COVID-19 shutdown was a huge shock, but we shot back up again. Who knows what's next? Climate change is a big, big unknown, and we can see that playing out all around us. I like books because I'm an academic and I'm drawn to books, but this book is really useful. It's very cheap, $2.99, Navigating the Pathway to Industry, written by a PhD graduate who's responsible for hiring people into non-academic employment. And every mistake that you're likely to make, she's seen it and tells you how not to do it wrong, which is great. For $2.99, it's bargain. This is a longer version of Same by a guy who got his PhD in ancient Roman poetry. And he made the leap. It's really good. It's got a bit more personal story around it. It's very practical. There's a review on Whisperer, and there is a link to an interview I did with him on SoundCloud where he kind of says what's in the book if you can't be bothered reading it / it's too expensive. If you were interested in that auction and winner takes all idea, that's in Hal Newport's book, So Good They Can't Ignore You. And then a couple of practical things. I think just talking to people is really important, and that's what you're going to do for the rest of this session and this sort of careers, this sort of industry setting where you're bringing people back and you're talking to them. And that's one of the best things that you can do. So the fact that the university's organised it for you is awesome. When you're doing career development, you've made the right choice coming today. There's a lot of the colleagues who aren't. I think there's 5,000 candidates you are the people who came. Look at you. You're doing the right things. You're not just turning up to journal writing workshops. If you're interested in Postdoc, you can have a look. The Postdoc user manual has got some tips there as well, and a few more links there. And again, I say I tweeted it out, so you don't have to be a member of Twitter to see that. You can just Google me and then take the link. Great. That's all I've got to say.
Yep. Thank you so much, Inga. That was fantastic. So just a reminder, if you've got any questions, to put it in the Slido, or you can chuck up your hand and we've got a mic that'll come around.
That's right. I'm going to be patrolling the area. So if you got a question, put your hand up and I'll try to get to you as soon as I can.
So maybe to start, I'd just like to ask, what's your experience been regarding employability of students who've done internships when they've gone on to go get full-time work?
So we haven't measured it empirically, but we know from the data of people who have measured these kind of things is that you're just far, far more likely to end up employed much more quickly if you were employed in some capacity during your PhD. It's very, very clear that the people who struggle the most are the people who really concentrate on their PhD and don't do anything else. So I can't think of the actual number off the top of my head, but it's startling. So I think any work you can do is important, that clearly. Teaching work is important, but internships help you taste and sort of think about what industry and look at those differences, how your skills are going to translate. So if you think of the idea of translation, when you translate between one language and another, you end up with slightly different words, right? So when you take your skill somewhere else, it will change, and adapting that and learning how to adapt that, and also just getting to know people. When I first started this work, I used to see around, mentioned in every paper pretty much, only 1 in 4 jobs is advertised at all. So there's this large market that's transacted without any job advertisement. And I could never find who did that original research. And then I'm like, how would you even know that? How would you ever measure that? But we do know it's large. So those contacts are just absolutely vital. And that the only way you meet people like that is to hang out with them and work with them. So even though I haven't measured it empirically, I'm pretty confident in saying it's pretty critical to get your feet wet. And an internship is a good way to do that. Paid ones.
Excellent. I think we have a question here.
Hi, and thank you very much. So I have a question that I think quite a lot of like the PhD students are getting trained on like a bundle of skills, but like take me as example. So I know vacuum system, I know plasma, I know a lot of like scientific experiments, including let's say surface treatment, surface characterization, a little bit of the cell studies like that. But looking at the skill list you're like listing, I have a feeling that yes, we are trained on a bundle of skills, but none of them is like a very in depth. So we have like a big shallow skill set, but not really in depth. But like, what kind of like employees, what kind of like why I'm looking for people's why I do not have somebody who is have a lot of knowledge at one skill because he just need that skill. But students like us, like we have a lot of skills, but it's not it's our expertise is how to combine them together to produce something that's valuable. but what does that mean to the employers?
That's a really good question. And I think we can get too stuck on skills and forget about learning and demonstrating that you can solve problems. So what you said at the end there was like, we put it together and we make it work, or something to that extent. That's the kind of thing that they're looking for. They're going to have a set of problems or a set of concerns, and you've got to be able to bring something to that. And the fact that you can read 400 books to your PhD, you know, in relatively short order, and really boring hard ones, is actually a real career asset. And I think that also the persistence of the PhD student is extraordinary, and the focus of a PhD student is extraordinary. So those things are really valued, and I would not get so stuck on the depth of that skill. And it's also an academic way of thinking as well, because we tend to think about expertise, and you know, we compare ourselves to people who are really, really expert in something, and we're surrounded by those people all the time. So we always think we're not very good at something, because you can always point to someone who's better at it than you are. So I think it's also the ability to synthesize and to be able to bring those skills to bear on a problem and be creative with it that is probably more critical. So I wouldn't get too hung up on thinking I need to get deep in all these skills. What you need to do is become a really adept learner and be able to tell the story of yourself as a learner as well. Like, that's a critical skill in the job market, is how do you tell a narrative about a series of accidents like you meant it? Because most of our careers are kind of accidental. I didn't wake up from high school and say, I think I'd like to be a research educator. That happened by accident, and a lot of careers are like that. So navigating your way through that, learning to tell the story about that, is probably more critical than focusing to get really good at something. But again, looking at the job ads can tell you. So if you look at job ads, one thing that we notice too is that the jobs have very, very wildly different names, but it'll essentially be the same job. So one of the advantages of machine learning in the PostAct tool is that we've got a button that says more jobs like this, that works like Amazon does. You know how Amazon sort of guesses what book you want next? What it does is it looks across the whole database and it looks for text that looks similar. The machine doesn't care what it means, it's just looking for text. And so that means you can see 10 different jobs with 50 different titles, but are essentially the same job. And then you can look at what are the skills that come up repeatedly amongst that set. Well, maybe I need to get good at that because most of them mention Power BI, Automate or something. So I'm just going to go and get good at that, at least good enough that I look like I'm the guy you want to hire who's got that skill. So I think like doing a bit of due diligence, so both by looking at the job ads, but also by talking to people, can really reveal this. The navigating your path into industry would really put some flesh on the bones. I mean, I've only had a chance to talk about it for a minute, but that book will really be, I think you'd find it very helpful. Yeah.
We have one question from the Slido. If you're late into your research journey in the last year of your degree, say, how should you approach going about joining industry, finding work? Do you need to wait until you have your degree or?
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I mean, the government's recent scheme is encouraging people to go early for internships, which presents us with all kinds of problems, but is also at the same time probably not a bad idea in that you aren't interrupting a big piece of writing to go and do something like that. So if you're late in your degree, I would like you to think, what's the non-academic version of me? And sometimes you can work that out by looking at people that you know through LinkedIn. What have they gone on to do? And going to talk to them and then hanging out in those spaces. So most professional groups have meetups, they have conferences, they have industry group kind of forums where you can get to meet people who do that professionally. And those are really revealing, because when you talk to the people, you might think, for instance, that your writing skills are the most important thing in this job, but actually find out that, you know, you have to do lots of presentations or something like that. So that will give you the inside track. And also putting yourself in those situations means that it's a two-way thing. You're not only asking people about what they do all day, and people love to talk about themselves, so that's not hard, right? Oh, what do you do? How, you know, tell me more about that. What advice would you have? You also have to get good, and again, navigating the path to industry book describes this very well, very succinctly, which is to get good at talking about what you do and what you have to offer very quickly, very succinctly, so that they remember who you are And maybe next time someone says, oh, I need a person who can do Power Automate BI. Do you know anyone? They're like, oh, I talked to this PhD student that was looking for a job. Okay, so that's this idea of networking your way into a job. And part of the education package that we offer through Postack is teaching people those skills explicitly, is to be really quite systematic and strategic about how you approach that networking. So if you're close to the end, there's still a lot you can do, even if you don't do an internship that connects you and puts you in that world. And then you get to know the language and the concerns of that world, which is different to our world. Good question, thank you.
I'm curious to hear what your research says about mature PhD students. So for example, I have 20 years of industry experience and it's my 4th degree.
Yeah.
And so I'm just, curious what you see in terms of opportunities from the industry for those who have degrees across disciplines and a lot of experience, and where the demand is.
Yeah, we need to do more work on that specifically. The empirical work that's been done on that has mostly been statistical. So it's looking at people who answer the Quilt survey and looking at their educational outcomes according to their age, their gender, and what they did before. So that was that research that showed that people who were working during their PhD were so much more likely to be working afterwards. But there is trends of ageism, you can see it. And there is in some industries weird attitudes. So for instance, in architecture, by the time I got my PhD, people will say, oh, well, you can always go back and get a job as an architect. I'm like, no, I can't. Everything that made me employable as an architect is atrophied. I can't draw a building fast. I can't work to deadline on those things anymore. So what we're talking about is a career transition usually. And those career transitions are really complicated. And I think you need bespoke and special help to do that. I would say the first thing is, don't think you have to do this alone. I'm in close contact with a lot of career centres through the nature of this work that I'm doing, and they constantly complain to me they don't see PhD students enough. And on the other side, when I talk to PhD students, they go, oh, they haven't got undergraduate people. And that's true. A lot of them have done so much sort of undergraduate work with first timers that they're not really great with career transition. But there are people, and there's usually one in every university who ends up having a specialty in that. And I think there's a special set of techniques to approaching it. And I think the networking thing is so much more important because you're coming into an industry sometimes where you're going to have to do a lot of translation work for that employer. And sometimes the advice I've given people who face significant severe barriers to that, and I've worked with many students at ANU who have, graduated later in life and really struggled with that. That learning to tell the story about yourself is really critical, but getting out there and connecting with people is really much more important. So I don't want to play down that it's difficult. I really don't, because I don't, and showing you the market is just but the first step in that. But also be hopeful about it. The other thing that I've seen a trend, particularly in older students, is they really get tired with banging their head against a brick wall and start their own businesses, and then usually can't stop and go for a holiday because they're so busy. So sometimes you become so specialised that, well, one architecture firm couldn't spend all the time hiring you, 20 of them have got plenty of work for you. And so then it becomes a question of, how do I freelance? And I've seen many people take a freelance step and then actually just get sucked into a company that way, because it's someone they've started to work with and the relationship has just become so ongoing that they end up just employed by them. Sometimes they just end up, so there, I think being very creative at that stage, if you start to face those barriers, is what you've got going for you is your creativity and your ability to solve problems. And at ANU, I've started doing a whole series on how do you start freelancing? How do you find a market for your talents? How do you price yourself? How do you do your books? And we've had a cohort of students just come into that. So I'll have hopefully some findings down the track. I don't know if I made much sense, but you raise really critical, important points there. And it's just not simple. It's not easy for everyone. Everyone's got their own difficulties.
It's great to hear some insights, hearing a lot of the importance of networking.
Yes.
Great. We have another question over here.
Thank you, and thanks for your talk today. So one of the things that I noted in your slide is the really unique combination of two skills, which was creatively demonstrated in a drawing. I was just wondering, as a PhD student or general advice, like how do you develop the foresight of what are these two unique skills that will create a combination that's unique to you, and how do you tailor it to your employability?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think you look around you and you look at who the people like you, what are they doing, and don't do that. So for me, when I would start being an academic, I looked around, I saw all these people that wrote heaps and heaps of papers, and I thought, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to start a blog. And they were like, don't do a blog. Oh, blog are pointless. Doesn't count for anything. Well, sorry, 10 years later, it did work. I don't want to make the argument from its exceptionalism all the time. Like, that's not all there was to it. But I think, so for instance, in architecture, a few people told me, everyone loves to teach design. It's the fun subject to teach. So a lot of my friends, we had chats, and I was like, don't get good at design, get good at the thing that everyone finds boring, like technology, and doing the gutters and stuff. And so everyone I gave that advice to has ended up with a good job, right? And from that job, they've been able to then squirm out of teaching the gutters somehow and back into design. So I think just the other thing to really think about, it bears on the previous question as well, is like, what pain are people having? And how are you a pain pill? So what ingredients need to be in to solve that particular pain? That goes inside academia, that goes outside academia. So for instance, the kind of pain pill I am right now is that I'm really good pain pill for a dean of graduate research. So they come along to me and they go, I'm going to hire Inga. She'll be able to run our events. Lots of people will turn up. It'll be fine. She can manage staff. They don't seem to get upset with her. I don't have to talk to her more than half an hour every 2 weeks. My boss is a very lucky woman, right? She's like, Inga, it's great. I only have to talk to you for half an hour every 2 weeks. I'm like, thanks a lot, Anne. Like, that's great. But so I'm being a pain pill by being a very self-organized person and having a lot of resources and networks around me. But what a pain pill is in different places is different. This is why talking to people who are already good pain pills and working out what it is about them, and then what's your spin on it? How are you slightly different? Say to them, what's the biggest problem you encounter in your job? Or what's the hardest type of person to find? But you've got to balance that up with what you're interested in and good at. So I never took up, I knew that if I wanted to stay in architecture, the thing to do would be to get good at gutters, but I couldn't stand it. So I actually junked architecture. So I'm like, done with that. And I think and I'm trying to develop this into some sort of cogent theory. I haven't got very far yet, which is like, you sort of got to walk over a bridge. And this goes to the previous question as well. So if I worked as an architect for 10 years. I walked over that bridge to become an architecture tutor. And then I did a PhD and I walked over the sort of tutoring bridge to become a researcher developer. So every time there was a bridge between one thing and another. So what's the bridge? What's the bridge that you can walk across? Sometimes it's expertise, sometimes it's the environment, sometimes it's the type of employer, but what's the bridge? I don't know if that's a very good theory yet. I'm working on it.
That's great. We have time for one more question. You mentioned that as PhD candidates, there's kind of these stereotypes about us. What can we do to challenge those stereotypes when we're applying for jobs, and what other things can we do to improve our sort of employment prospects?
Yeah, I think that a lot of employers learn more about PhD graduates from Big Bang Theory sitcom than they do from real life. Like, more of them have seen that than they've met a PhD graduate. So they've got some sort of ideas stuck in their head there. So that's one thing. I think things are changing a bit. I had an interesting conversation with someone the other day who's doing some research, and they said they talked to CEOs and that CEOs were scared of PhD graduates. I'm like, scared? That's a really interesting way to put it. They're like, well, they want their skills and everything. They just think they're going to be really disruptive. I said, well, what's disruptive? What do you mean? And it turned out asking questions. Like, they didn't want to be questioned. Like, I've made a decision now, stop asking your PhD questions. It's a good question, but I don't want to hear the question. So thinking about those cultural aspects and finding somewhere where you're going to be comfortable, because I don't know if I could work in a place that wasn't open to questions. And a big shout out too for starting your own thing and startups, because we've got an amazing startup community in Canberra, and there's so many PhD graduates there, so many physics PhD graduates as well. I don't know what it is about physics PhD graduates that start businesses, but definitely look at that as an option.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Please do join me in thanking Inga. That was a magnificent presentation, and I'm sure you all enjoyed it and found it really useful. Now, one of the questions actually was about how do you go about organising internships? And in fact, the University of Sydney has decided that we will run with an organisation called APR Interns, who we have a very good relationship with over a number of years. And I will tell you some of the boring stuff about, if you're interested, how you might go about that a bit later. But the interesting stuff, I'm about to introduce Mark Ovens from APR Interns. And Mark's been with APR Interns for some years, wrong briefing notes. He's the business manager for New South Wales and ACT. He's been 7 years in the role, and there has been an enormous uptake, not only nationally, but also at the University of Sydney to internships. And we're hoping that with the new interest from the government in industry internships, that we're going to actually upscale this more. So if people are interested in industry internships, we really want to support you at the University of Sydney. And Mark is going to talk to you about his experience in organising those industry internships for us and for the universities across Australia. Mark, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Louise. I knew it was a mistake following the thesis whisperer. Inga, that was an extraordinary presentation. Thank you. Let me just position myself, because I'm not an academic. I came from industry. I did 25 years as HR director of 3 major pharmaceutical industries, Asia Pacific, and I employed thousands of scientists during that time. And I can't recall the number of times candidates took masters or PhD off their resume to get their job. When they came back 2 or 3 years later in the job, I've got a PhD. Oh, congratulations. No, I took it off because it was threatening to the line manager. I didn't want to look over smart. Thankfully, that was some years ago, and I peaked at a BSc. So I'm probably not the smartest person in the room, but I'm arguably the oldest, I think, and that gives me a lot of industry experience to bring to bear. So not only did I did that work, I then followed that up with a talent consulting group I set up. And then I followed that up with this role at the university, where they saw me as an industry, if I can use the word, industry caller. And that's what I did. And I started with this university and UTS down the road. We were sponsored. And I got to say that first year was excruciatingly hard. It was really hard getting industry to see me. I think my worst experience was week 6 when I went and saw a major unnamed construction company that I spoke to 2 very senior people. And I said, have you recruited PhDs before, or masters? And they chuckled and said, no, we've got a couple of those academic nerds out the back, And so I thought, oh, gee, I'm in trouble here. So I said, do you hire smarter people than your line manager? Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do that. I might lose my job. Thankfully, that's moved on. And I got to say that in the last 3 years particularly, we've not only seen a surge of placements at this university, from a total of 35 we've done over a 6-year period, we've seen 17 of those in the last 12 months. And that's a good sign that industry is engaging. So we're getting industry coming back for 2nd, 3rd, 5, and some have taken 20 interns across Australia. So let me go to the slides here. And is it moving up? There we go. So this is a quick overview of the numbers. We've done 840 placements over the past 10 or so years, 550 of those in the last 4 years. So we've accelerated, and that was partly because of federal government funding that gave industry money back for taking a PhD student. We have 427 and growing industry partners. So you can see that they've taken more than one on average. 35 universities across Australia, and we have a 99% satisfaction for the program, and 36% of our intern women in STEM. That's a very high number, and we know that's around about 15%. And 76 new projects with a new industry partner new to the university. So we're bringing companies to the university for internships. So this is a bit of a breakdown of the figure. You can see 50% of those intern placements are SMEs. And the last definition I got from the ABS was less than 200 staff. And there are other definitions, but you can see that's a big chunk of ours. And large corporates a quarter, and the others broken into government agencies are a big 14% as well, and so forth. And we have, some of those organisations have taken multiples like Telstra, CSL, Australian Bureau of Statistics, Stats, Oricon Group, and Defence DST have taken over 50. This is a probably hard to read model, but essentially what it is yes, so interview them, and then we get a short list that goes to the industry partner. They come with an academic mentor, usually your own academic, and we work on the project plan, finalise that, put the simple agreement together, and the industry partner then signs that agreement with the university, and we start the project. So the other way to do this is you come to us with your academic, with an industry partner, where it's more aligned actually, and you don't have to compete for that by coming to us with a project and an industry partner and you, the student, to do an internship. I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So we keep an eye on you, we do duty of care, and we have a project plan, midterm review, and check in to see that everything's okay, that you're getting paid. You get paid $3,000 a month tax-free because it's research. And that comes from the fee we get from the industry partner. And then we have a midterm review, so you keep everything on track, and then we have a final review where presentations done to a larger audience, and then the alumni kick in. So industry has a need, an idea or a problem. We do the candidate search for them, candidate screening, and student is mentored by their own academic, as well as having an industry partner, industry supervisor when the project starts. Just a quick overview that I just mentioned. So again, applying project matching is important, defining the research and the internship, make sure that these sort of things are in place. So the benefits to students are many. These are from quotes that we get from students: research for impact, fast track your career, develop soft skills that you gain during that, and meet new people and get references, of course, explore tailored internships arrangements, and the payment that I mentioned. The academic mentor also benefits usually your supervisor, expands their research collaborations. We note that probably 1 in 4 go on to further research. Also linkages, grants, etc. Attract and research talent, and they gain a small fee for being the mentor. So the industry benefits are also very strong, and this is why our numbers are growing very rapidly. That the quick outcomes, they've actually seen how smart you people are and how they have a project that they can't get to, don't have the staff, want to get to, need to get to, and get it done quickly in a cost-effective way, because it's a capped fee for our projects. They retain any IP that you developed, and it's not often that IP is developed in 3 to 6 months. These are all 3, 4, 5, or 6 months internships. It fills the skills gap and fast tracks the PhD student to gain some exposure to industry. And I always say it's good at some point to take time out, and now the government has changed the regulations to try and get PhD students to take internships. It's very valuable to, even if you're going to be an academic, to step outside for a while, have a bit of a break and meet some new people and do some research that you can put on your CV, and also accessing funds supporting. So we get a lot of good, strong feedback from students, what it meant to them. You'll hear more about this at the academic intern panel later on this afternoon. So I won't go through those, just giving you some idea. So how to go about getting an internship? You can subscribe on our website to generally, and you can also talk to your academic, and this is the strong one I want to recommend, and we've been talking to University of Sydney GRS, Louise's group, that this is the way we see it growing faster, quicker, and more aligned with your future, to tap into your academics partners, bring them together and do an internship. And think about, using my HR hat, the thing that said, think about what type of companies would logically employ you at the end, not at the start, but towards the middle. Start to think about who would employ someone like me? What skills have I got? And Inga produced a lot of range of very valuable skills that she highlighted. So thank you for those, Inga. You can even draft your own project plan. Take it to your academic, take it to an industry partner. I'm doing one of those right now with an ANU student, actually, who's just got off the front foot and said, I want to do something with this company. He's written a project plan, they're engaging with me. You can create your own, and then you're not competing with anybody. That's a very powerful way. And please, I think I want to implore here, you must get good careers advice, and before I put students forward, I want to see that you can communicate. I want to see that you have prepared yourself, and use your careers people to get really good training, whether it's your CV, how to present, how to do some role plays. You're going to need it before you leave the university to get a job anyway. So get that while it's still here, free and available to you. Be a better you. Make sure, this is the big thing for me, is having spent so many years in human resources. Yeah, I met so many people that just technically, and I'm seeing them now in internships, technically fantastic, but just will not communicate, or just don't understand, didn't even research the company. You know, these are your researchers. Please be prepared before you go for an interview with us or with anybody. And you know, these are life skills that you need to know, so that you are ahead of the game and are prepared for what is around the corner. So that's pretty much my presentation, but I'm really keen to hear the sorts of questions that you have.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm sure people found that really useful. Join me in thanking Mark. We have just a couple of minutes for questions, but Mark is going to be here throughout the afternoon, so you can also talk to him during the break and so on. Does anyone have any quick questions that they would like to ask Mark?
I've answered all the questions. Can I just allude to your question about Mature? It's a very good question, and I think it's not only a hard one, but it's also an extremely exciting, interesting one for mature age people, because you bring experience already, and you've gone back for higher learning. And organisations quite like that. In some of my organisations, they're not worried about the age. They just want people to get in and fit in quickly and do the research. And it's, if they're ageist, you don't want to work for them. Okay, so let's not gild the lily. But look for organisations that do attract those sort of people, and go networking. That was the other thing that was said, was the importance of networking. Is you can have coffee with people who work in jobs like you. Go and have a coffee, buy them a coffee, talk, ask them, what's the job like? You know, what's the prospects? Your previous alumni that have left here, where have they gone? Go and meet them and figure out where they went. These are very powerful networking techniques that you can own. And that's the way, and you flatter them by seeing them and saying, how's it going? You don't ask them for a job, by the way. You just say, these are the sorts of things I'm looking for. So it's in your hands.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Mark?
I'm going to ask a question, which is there any downside to doing an internship in the middle of your PhD? And perhaps you could comment on that as well, Louise.
Sure.
And how does that stand you in terms of your academic progress after you've completed?
It's a really good question. Do you want me to go first? So look, I think it depends very much on your PhD, and there are different benefits of doing different internships at different stages. If you do an internship and you choose to do it very early in your candidature, that internship can also shape the course of your PhD, right? So you can actually find questions that are more applied, and that can help you to kind of, go in that direction. If you do something in the middle, then, sometimes there is a natural point in the PhD where taking a break isn't a bad thing. For domestic students, we do have the option of being able to suspend so that you can take your payment from APR interns for your internship and then come back to your PhD so that your time clock stops. Unfortunately, we can't do that with international students, but we are trying to work on some solutions around that, which I will certainly be announcing when we get those so that people will be able to. Of course, the advantage of doing one towards the end of the internship, and I'm sure Mark can back me up on this, is that we know a lot of the students that do their internships towards the end of their degree actually end up working with the industry partners who they went and did an internship with.
Very correct. The sweet spot, if I can call it that, is when you're just handing your thesis. But 3 months prior to that, we need to do the paperwork, get it all ready. But it's not a perfect world. So, we don't mind when we take this university. I had one where the student was just enrolling, getting started, and he shaped his PhD exactly. Yeah. And as a result of that, not only did he get a scholarship after that to do his PhD, he's just completed his PhD, and that organisation gave a 1.2 million scanning machine to this university, and it's in Camden. So the collaboration is there, but for you, it's important when you're comfortable to do it, and when you get approval to do it first, come to us after that, not before. But can I just ask for a show of hands? Who would like to do an internship before they complete? Okay.
And can I ask for people to keep their hands up? Who is still within the first 18 months of their candidature? Just interest. Oh, great. I'll talk a bit more right at the end about the paperwork and where you need to go to get the permissions, if you're interested in this, and we hope that people will be signing up for this. So let me kind of sum up, I guess, this afternoon's first session. So look, I just think it's been such a wonderful session. I'm thrilled to see so many of you here and interested in internships. And I think Inga really gave some really fantastic advice to you about getting job ready and how you can do that through the course of your PhD so that you can put yourself in a really good position. And Mark, I think, really talked through some of the practical ways that you can actually apply through APR Intern to do a range of internships that might work for you, and that's fantastic. What we have now is we have an exhibition. So we have a number of industries who are companies who come along who are going to exhibit their works over afternoon tea and later on this evening as well. And then we're going to come back at 3:25 after afternoon tea, and we have a couple of panels for you. So we have a panel of people from industry who will be talking to you about what they're looking for, and we have a panel of academics and students who have been involved in industry internships to let you know about it from that side. Now, I'm sure many of you will want to have a few things that you'd like to ask Inga, and unfortunately, her first experience with Qantas needs to be repeated this afternoon. So she will be here, I believe, for afternoon tea, so you can catch her, but won't be here later on. So please do, come and have a chat with her. And would you just join me again in thanking very much Inga and Mark for their fantastic talks this afternoon. And I can't wait to hear the panels, because I'm going to hand over to my wonderful student moderators, because we're hoping that this is going to be HDR students for HDR students by HDR students. And I'm going to have much less to say in the second session, which I'm sure you all appreciate. So thank you again, Inga and Mark. Hello, everybody. We're about to get started again. Hello? No, I don't like being late. I can't do it out there because these don't work out there. They only work in here. Yeah, maybe if you can. Shall I just kick it off? All right, thank you everybody for coming back. That was a wonderful coffee break. I heard lots of fantastic conversations between industry and all of our HDR candidates. As I said before the break, this afternoon we've got a couple of panels, and our first panel is full of wonderful industry experience from a number of different industry partners of the University of Sydney. And as I promised, I'm going to say almost nothing in this afternoon's session, and I'm just going to hand over to Mark and Athea, who are going to look after you and moderate the panel for this afternoon and introduce our panelists. So if you could join me just in putting your hands together to welcome the panel and thank them so much for giving of their time to come and talk to you, and take it away, Mark.
Hi, thanks for that, and welcome back to the second part of our event today. So my job is to introduce the panel and then grill them basically, which I'm very much looking forward to. So I just wanted to introduce our panel. So we have Malcolm Layton from Fortify Edge. We have Katie Scott from Microsoft. And we have Armin Schwartz from Tibra Capital. And we should have Martin Engel from Inventia, but I can't see him right yet. But okay, so what we're going to do is I've got a couple of questions that I'm absolutely busting to ask you guys. So I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, and then I'm going to throw it over to the floor to ask questions within the room today. And also, please make sure you, if you're online, put your questions on Slido, and then Athea and I will monitor those and ask them along the way. And so how I wanted to start the session today was just a quick 3-minute introduction from each of you, where you talk about your own journey, how you ended up working where you are, and introduce your company, what you do, and what sort of people you're looking for in terms of PhD graduates. And I can see that we've now got Martin from Inventia Life Science. So why don't we start with you, Martin, and just introduce yourself, your company, and just tell us a little bit about your journey. Thank you. I think use your mic because we have people online.
Cool. Let me know if you can't hear me properly. So yes, thanks for the intro. I'm Martin, the lead scientist, or used to be lead scientist, the head of life science at Inventia Life Science. We are a biotech company sitting in Alexandria here in Sydney, around 60 staff at the moment. We've got 2 of us today here. Tom will be joining the next panel afterwards. And our company makes bioprinters and biomaterials, predominantly a research product. So our main customer base is researchers around the world, whether they are looking for a new treatment, whether they want to study diseases or just general tissue function. I want to do it with 3D cell culture instead of standard plastic culture, because our body is not made out of plastic, so the cells we study shouldn't live in plastic either. And yeah, to achieve that, to make those products and develop them, we are stacked with tissue engineers, sub-biologists, biochemists, and so forth. So we have a strong science foundation, a strong education foundation across our staff. At least, around half of our staff are PhD graduates. Some have joined via API internship. I think 6 have joined out of API internship, 5 or 6, somewhere around the number. Yeah, we had 8 API interns, and I think we've hired 6 out of the 8. So that worked out quite well for all of us, and it's been a really good journey. And you had a question on what we're looking for in our PhD graduates. So we're looking for people, particularly for the internship or the graduate, really doesn't matter in both cases, who have looked a little bit beyond their plate in their PhD and not just done their stuck to their PhD program. They didn't have to go out and do other internships elsewhere, but you need to have a mindset that's open to trying something else, because you'll be doing something different if you join a venture as an intern than what you've done in your PhD. So being flexible and learning new things and a problem solver on problems that you just haven't faced before, because especially if you have high-tech product development, there's lots of problems you only know once you solve the next one, and you can't predict them. And we need people who are good to think on their feet and predominantly work really well with other disciplines together. That is, key challenge for anyone in that space. And a willingness to work with really cool people. That's and not doing it by yourself. In a PhD, the world is pretty much your project, and your project is your oyster. And I can say probably for the other companies, I will comment on it in a minute, but projects that not run on individuals, they run in teams, and they run in cross-function teams. So the willingness and actually desire to do so is essential. And that also brings me a little bit to my own journey. I did my accent, but we can tell I'm not Australian. My background is European. I had my undergrad in the UK, did a year in a pharma company in Denmark, and then came out here for my PhD and got stuck in Australia for 12 years now, I think. So a little while with a PhD in postdoc in neuroscience, animal work, stem cell work, brain organoids, a lot, and the recognition that a lot of the impact of the discovery work doesn't come to its full value if it stays at university on papers. And so throughout the second half of my postdoc, started looking around where else can I deploy the knowledge I have. Did commercialization training courses with New South Wales Health and other companies to understand how deep tech can be used elsewhere for its main benefit and for commercial purposes. And then came across a venture maybe 3.5 years ago, and New South Wales runs some interesting funding schemes for small companies where they can share some of the cost of new technology development projects as long as they can find a university partner. So not quite like a grant. It's not like you compete against anyone. You just give them a case and they pay half of it up to a certain amount, and the company pays the other half. And that allowed us to work together while I was still at uni. And it turned out that's a really good fit. So the advice to those looking at working with companies, and we're currently doing a substantial amount of hiring for the last month, so I can speak from current experience as well as past, is get outside of the bubble of who you're working with, because all of us are looking for smart people, and the challenge of finding them is as high as you trying to find a job. So it's meeting those connections. And I guess that answers your initial questions.
Thanks very much for that, Martin. Now over to Malcolm Layton from Fortify Edge.
Hey, as I said, I'm Malcolm Layton for Fortify Edge. I'm the co-founder and head of product. My job is to make AI and machine learning usable, so that then when it goes out into society, people can use it, which is an outrageous concept. We've just received a grant from the Australian Space Agency for identity, status and safety for our astronauts. very important for when we're actually going to the mission from Moon to Mars, which is what the contract's about. So then we can actually make sure that their physiology, and we can make sure that they're safe. We have their identity, we have their status, and are they safe to actually do the jobs that they're employed to do? Our journey started about 3 or 4 years ago, where we answered a challenge from the National Institute of Standards and Technology in America, and that was for first responders. First responders in terminology here is ambulance, police, firefighters. That's the Americans, what they call them, is first responders. You can imagine that's full PPE. So how do I identify somebody that's in full PPE? As we say, walk around today, there's no one now, fortunately, in masks, but we've been through a situation with full masks. These people have to not only be able to administer what they're doing, do they have to use jaws of life? Do they have to use medicines? Do they have to have licenses for all these things? Did they administer them correctly? Can they do that? That's what we do. We do some tiny machine learning that sits on a microcontroller, works in the background, understanding who you are and the pattern of your life, turning you into the key. From that, we've actually, through our clinicians, being able to see what the status of you is. And then through that, we then use through sensor fusion and the environment around you to go, are you safe to proceed? So if you imagine you're a firefighter going into a building, am I licensed to do that thing to go in first? Or do I have the oxygen in correctly and is my body taking that in? That's what we do. And we do that on microcontrollers, so that then it doesn't take up, they need to go to the cloud, because many times these people are disconnected from the cloud. And it's that technology, and through our partnership with Microsoft Azure Space, that we actually are going to be doing this program starting on Monday. So that's our kind of our journey and everything else wrapped up into one. Thank you.
Your journey, your personal
really?
journey. We want to hear your story.
Hey, look, my journey is I'm a curious cat. And what are we looking for? Curious cats as well. We want to be able to debate, ask, be curious, and we're dreamers. When people say, no, you can't do it, we believe that you can. You just have to find the way, especially with our human bodies, you know, like you're saying, they're not easy creatures. Trying to do systems of systems and systems. And I think the ability to do that and think forward is a huge plus, not just from myself, but from others. My journey is pretty boring. I left school at 15, became an artist, worked in commercial art for a significant amount of time. Was stupid enough, my wife told me to go do a master's because I was bored. I did that in innovation, went to Berkeley University for open innovation and met my co-founder and found problems to solve. And we've been fortunate enough that people are silly enough, like you'll see intern Henry, who is the world's youngest intern. I think. Thanks, Henry. It's a running joke, sorry, because if you know Henry at all, Karen and partnering with up, you know, being able to find like-minded people that want to work and solve problems, then that's what we're about. And one of the core things that we look at are you mission-based? We would love to make millions and millions and trillions of dollars, but we have to solve problems for the human race. And if we want to move forward, that's what we have to do. We're mission-based. You'll find us in Defence Force, Space, and any humanities. We've got a program for Tasmanian Devils to save the cancer. So that's the kind of stuff that we do. If you're interested, we take everyone. So, because we don't know what we need, and that's the beauty of it. So thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Katie Scott from Microsoft. I think some of you might have heard Microsoft. It's a little business. Before I talk about my role and what I look for, I just want to make everyone aware. I've got some dates here written down. Microsoft have a global internship program, as you might be aware of. And details of roles available in an internship program can be found on our careers website, microsoft.com/careers. Pretty easy to remember. Applications will be opening this August for internships. So if anyone's interested, you can apply directly through the website. And they will be for interns for people graduating between August 2023 and February 2024. If you want all these details, you can see me afterwards as well. Also want to make people aware though that you don't have to go through an internship program. I've hired into my team directly PhDs without an internship program straight into full-time roles. We also have something called an Aspire program, which is targeted at people with 0 or less than 1 year's actual work experience, so graduates. And these are full-time roles, not temporary positions like an internship. But what happens is if you've got a higher degree and less than 1 year's work experience, we automatically enroll you in an Aspire program, no matter what role you land in Microsoft. And it's a 2-year program that gives you support around skills and learning to help you transition into a role in Microsoft. It sounds like a long time, 2 years. Microsoft's $1 trillion business that has no other competitor in terms of the number of products we sell, for the number of people that we sell it to. It is a massively complex organization. It takes 18 months for anyone, no matter how much work experience you have, to become productive. So that extra level of support for new people into the workforce is critical. So that's enough about Microsoft internships. My role at Microsoft, I've been in the IT industry for 26 years and 5 years at Microsoft. And I currently run a team of cloud architects, technical people, who help make our sales organization look amazing for some of the biggest organizations, serving the biggest organization across the Asia Pacific region. So companies like Zulik Pharma, for example, Louis Vuitton, DHL. So we sell our products, hopefully a lot of Azure cloud products, to companies around Asia Pacific, and my team help the sales team look good. So obviously it's a very technical sale. So we do a lot of demonstrations, architecture reviews, questions. We help the organization successfully implement these technologies as well. So it's a very dynamic, very fast moving team. Because we service the Asia Pacific region, Sydney is a location for one of our centers of excellence around the world. There's only a few. There's in Dublin for Europe. We have Costa Rica for South America, a couple in the US. So they are concentrated centers of excellence for this type of sales work. That means in my team, I have people who speak Korean, Indonesian Bahasa, Thai, Vietnamese. I'm forgetting some, but the idea being is language skills are really, really important these days as well. So there may be students here today who think that maybe having English as a second language holds them back. I'm here to tell you, oh my God, please speak to me. It's a really hard thing to find people with deep technical skills as well as language skills. Okay. The other questions?
Pretty good summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
A little bit about me.
Yeah, a bit of your story would be great.
So
Yeah.
my story, so I give my age away a little bit. In 1983, I was 8 years old and I begged my parents for a computer, a Commodore 64, right, back in the day. And luckily I got one and I was amazed. I taught myself programming straight away. I was making little games for the kids in the neighborhood, a lot of fun. When I was in grade 7, my grade 7 teacher, Mr. McDonald, sat us all down, all the kids in the class, and he opened the newspaper, because back then it was newspapers, to the job ads. And there was pages and pages and pages of IT job ads. And Mr. McDonald said, kids, study IT, get a job. Anyway, for many years, technology careers wasn't really a thing growing up in the 80s and the 90s. And then in 92, I was graduating from year 12 and thinking about my next career move. And I didn't really know what I wanted to study next or what I wanted to do yet. But I thought about Mr. McDonald's words. And I thought, well, if I don't really know what I want to do yet, maybe I'll study IT. And that will be a transferable skill. So when I work out what I want to do, it'll be fine. Okay. IT did become a thing. So luckily that was a good move. But over the years, I've had technology roles, management roles, sales roles, and kind of tic-tac-toed between them. So I found it is kind of an industry where you can have numbers of different roles and go back to technical roles after a timeout and back again. Things change very quickly, so you're only not that far behind anyone else who's stayed in a technology role. So it's pretty flexible in that way. My, what would you call it? Learning journey has been very non-linear. I left high school to do an advanced diploma at TAFE in IT, which gave me a lot of technical skills, but also network for me to get my first job in Telstra, which was my first real grown-up job, if you like. And then I had the degree guilt for a very long time. I remember one of my colleagues, when I was working for Telstra, he said that his boss had sponsored him to do a degree with at Queensland University. I'm like, yes, I can do this. I can study part-time and work full-time. And I spoke to my boss about it, and he said, I've got something better for you. And he put me on to an MBA program, which was fantastic because I had studied STEM type subjects all through high school. And I loved doing the MBA because it gave me more of a well-rounded understanding about legal and HR and strategy, and legal studies was terrible anyway, and finance. But so I went from a diploma, advanced diploma, to an MBA. And currently I'm studying part-time while working full-time, going back and doing a undergraduate Bachelor of Science with a major in mathematics. So all over the shop there. Thanks, everyone.
Fantastic. So we've got Armin Schwartz from Tibra Capital now. Do you want to introduce yourself, your company, and tell your journey?
Yeah, I'd love to. What's degree guilt?
Where everyone else around you has a degree and you don't, and you feel like you should have one as well.
Cool. Okay. Well, it sounds like people here are going to suffer from the opposite, which is that you've got a higher degree than everyone else. So we can go and talk to Katie later. So my name's Aman. I am a team leader for the talent team at Tibra. I am also what we call the curator, but it really means the designer, I suppose, of our graduate program. Mostly aimed at undergraduates, but we do work quite a bit with interns, PhD interns as well, with Mark, like many others here. And I'm also co-chair of the Tibra Foundation, which is Tibra's philanthropic arm. And there's quite a bit of crossover there with academia as well. So Tibra Capital is a financial services firm. It's a proprietary trading firm. We design, implement, and deploy algorithmic trading strategies on financial markets. We do that around the world. And that was something that certainly for me was tremendously fascinating, casting my mind back to when I was in the chairs that you are sitting in front of. So I began a PhD in hypersonics at the University of Queensland around 2011. Got about a couple of years in and started toying around like many of you here with, in my case, it was the GPU on my computer, which turns out it can do more than just play Counter-Strike. It can also solve machine learning algorithms. So that was really fascinating for me. And I spent quite a bit of time during my PhD segueing off into machine learning, which wasn't directly applicable. There were applications, of course, in control theory, but I started more and more getting interested in financial markets and the applications of those kinds of algorithms to financial markets. As I'm sure everyone who works with machine learning at some point ponders, can this thing predict the market? Turns out the answer to that's complicated, but it was enough to get me really interested in finance. And Martin mentioned a commercialization program at your university. So I did something similar at the University of Queensland. It was a postgraduate diploma, or graduate diploma, sorry, which I started using to take some financial mathematics courses, and that was kind of my segue into finance. So I applied for a couple of jobs at quant firms and ultimately took a role at what was at that point still kind of a startup firm called Tibra Capital on the beach in Wollongong, and I was obviously from Queensland, so I made the way down and was given a graduate role as a quant trader on the Kospi market, the Korean derivatives exchange. And from there, I mostly focused on low latency trading, or HFT as it's sometimes called, high frequency trading. In my case, working on very close to the wire kind of software development, so more kind of hardware programming and low level programming. Since then, Tibra's branched out tremendously into more complex, larger scale data analytics type problems. We're hiring more and more data scientists, and that's where people such as yourselves with PhDs perhaps in research and related fields come in. So it's a super exciting space. And for myself, I, at that point, began more and more mentoring young graduates. I think I kind of found my feet as someone who actually enjoys working with people, which was news to me. And certainly now I think I've really grown because of it and really learned to love that aspect of my career, not just the coding. And so 4 years ago, I stepped into a role full time where I run the graduate program and work with graduates and people such as yourselves. Questions, what are we looking for? Was that one of the questions? So very similar, really. We want people who are able to leverage what you've done at university you're all specialists. You're all people who are at some point at the forefront of your field. And if you can take that nugget of wisdom or that nugget of unique understanding and apply it in a novel way to something else, you're tremendously valuable. And I think from what little I know of other industries, I think that's a common theme. Your ability to take the highly focused work you've been doing and think about out of the box how you can apply it in new areas. So that's something that's really valuable to us. And I also really like the question about older age PhD graduates. And we're actually explicitly looking for people who have industry experience and then went and did a PhD as well. That's super valuable because it allows you, again, to kind of create those connections. It allows you to take your PhD and think about, oh, you know, back when I was working on meteorology or machine learning or whatever it is I was doing, I could apply this new technique to that field. So that's really valuable. So don't think of that as a disadvantage.
Our one question so far on Slido is actually from somebody who's a bit older, and they're asking, you know, is it still possible to get an internship? So I think maybe it'd be great for you guys to all comment on, you know, if you come across somebody who's an older PhD graduate, is there just no chance that you'll hire them, or would you be open to that? So maybe let's take it back down the line, and if you could comment on that, that'd be great.
For me?
I think you've done a fairly good job already of it, but yeah.
Yeah, for speaking for Microsoft, the internship program is only available for people with less than 2 years work experience, but there's nothing stopping you for applying for roles that are full-time roles.
We don't care.
Ditto. It doesn't matter. The age doesn't really not matter.
Yeah.
Another common theme here, right? There's been so much anxiety that I'm sorry, wrong term, dramatic turn of phrase, but there's been a little bit of anxiety that I've kind of picked up on the last session, that there's all this kind of difficulty finding your place in the world after you graduate. We have anxiety because we can't find great people. So I just, maybe there's a bit of a disconnect, I don't know, but certainly from our perspective, the struggle is finding people. So things like this are awesome because it kind of bridges that gap.
Yeah, the next question I'd like to ask you guys is, you know, what do PhD and research graduates bring to your organization that, say, you know, other people don't? If you could comment on that, that'd be great.
I think I kind of answered that before as well, but it's those connections. So if we have someone who does, recent example, Mark, was natural language processing, right? We had a candidate, and that individual, I think the application was anthropology or something really not related to what we do at all. But it turns out in the course of that work, they'd done some processing of text to interpret the result. I think their application was translation, but it turns out that that's really useful because in financial markets, if you can quickly interpret the sentiment of some particular document before the rest of the market, or infer some sort of detail from it faster than a human reading it could, then you can actually trade on that information. So that's tremendously valuable. So those kinds of connections are really the value I think that researchers can add.
Of course, from my point of view, your aspiration, your talent, your excitement, and all these things, I think PhD students bring fresh ideas, but also that deep expertise. I've hired into my team direct, not through an internship program, someone who did a master's in AI and computer science, but then a doctorate in philosophy. And she's instrumental in helping our customers achieve great outcomes using machine learning and AI technologies in Microsoft and applying that. And the reason that she moved from academia into industry is because she loved seeing the application of this type of work and how people are using it in real life.
Yeah, for us, resilience. No one gets a PhD bumbling along. You just can't do it. There is so many hiccups along the way, not just choosing what subject that it's going to be that you're going to determine that finally you're allowed to answer a question and come up with an idea of your own. My freaking God, 10 years before you're allowed to have an idea. Who came up with that shit? But one of the things is you're highly resilient. Not only that, you can put things together in a scientific manner that needs to happen in our industry. You can talk to others in logical ways, which also has to happen. We have to have debates from different fields, and it's the only way we're going to move forward. But resilience is one of the main things that I believe that PhD students will bring to our company.
Yeah, it's for us, it's the combination of both the last 2 points on wanting to advance something for its main impact and see the application of it. And I'll add resourcefulness to resilience. So because the two together in most environments, there is, you want to achieve something in your PhD where the environment doesn't have everything for it. Like you come up with ideas, particularly in your second or third year, where you're somewhat limited in what you can achieve, and finding ways of still getting across the line, whether it's via collaboration, by yourself, via others across campus or city or state. Those two factors, and not stopping in front of a difficult problem, because we're all of us working on fairly advanced technology where, again, we don't know the most problems, and we need to rely on our staff to not give up in front of a difficult problem and assess it for its impact and work out whether we can overcome it by systematically approaching it and not just willy-nilly trying out today and then walking away tomorrow. So yeah, those features that anybody in an advanced level PhD has, ideal and intern, and of course beyond that, most definitely. Yeah, first point, I think I mentioned last Friday that I think academia is one of the industries, right? It's a higher education industry. It's not separate. We just have many industries in the country, not just one. But beyond it, yeah, a little sideway. The main difference and main adjustment that people who have joined the venture have, includes myself and any other PhD graduate, is that it's teamwork. It's not your project. It's a project of many, and together we get across the line, not by anybody's own individual drive, but we all need each other to push forward. That's the first one. Whereas in the PhD, you might work on your own for 4 years. Maybe it's collaborated, but it's still your own, and it has to be that way in most cases. But that's the one main difference, and that external things that are not related to how well you did your job can change the shape of a project you're working on. You might work on a project and it's advancing really well, but with you and your team, but things that are out of your control might change the definition of success on a project, the priority of it, and it's good. You got to be okay with it. And that's probably the two things that take the biggest adjustment.
I think for us, it's talking to customers and actually having access to them. The only way which I can talk to that is with Henry that's here today, and with Eileen. Eileen's first presentation of her work was to the NASA AI group. So that was her first presentation of her body of work that she did in a commercial sense for us. And to be able to allow her to do that, we had to take her through the steps of the anxiety and everything else that you're going to do that, and that she is awesome. And because you are all awesome in your own special way, and it's for my job, who's not a PhD, to actually support that so then you can succeed. And that's about all that I can say from our interns, and what we try and do is to support you to succeed.
Thanks. I think I'm going to keep to the theme about the customer communication, but in a different sense. So what I have found, and I think this applies to PhD students as much as anyone who's deeply invested in their technical skills, and so I lead a team of technical architects, is that after investing so much in what you know and what you have to offer others, actually the biggest lesson to let go of is that it's not about you. And it's not about what you can offer. Instead, it's actually about the customer, and being curious to understand about what is the steps the customer needs to take to be successful, and how do we align with that? So technical teams often jump too quickly into solutioning. You've heard that before, but we don't know about what the customer needs to achieve to be successful. So that's one of the hardest transitions to make.
Cool. Tibra doesn't have any clients, so I can't share the customer experience. But there are perhaps some analogs. It was interesting that the teamwork's come up a lot, and that's a big one. And Inga also mentioned, I thought it was interesting to hear about the tendency in academia perhaps to be a bit more guarded when you're developing something or you've come up with an idea, but then to publish it openly. Whereas industry, or at least our industry, which is quite secretive, it's almost the opposite. So we encourage very actively collaboration within your team. There's no extra points for kind of holding an idea until you've got something to present. It's all about sharing and collaborating. But then outwardly, you're not going to see any publications with prop trading firm names on them, or at least that's very unusual. So that's an interesting one. One other challenge I wanted to mention was the tendency for, in academia, you're rewarded for exploring and testing hypotheses and you know, sometimes succeeding and sometimes failing, and both of those are valid outcomes. In industry, that's perhaps a little bit different. You're rewarded for outcomes and for results. And sometimes that means trying something really fancy, but sometimes it frustratingly means that the amazing new algorithm you've just come up with is actually not as good as something super simple that no one thought would work. So sometimes being able to kind of go with the dumb solution that works is a tough one, I think, for academics to come to grips with.
I have so many more questions for you guys, but I really feel that I should give people the opportunity from the floor to ask questions. So if anyone's got a question, please put up your hand in the room, and Athea will get to you and allow you to ask that question. And similarly, for people that are online, please put your questions on Slido and we'll do our best to get to them as well. But I do have another question, which really leads off from what you were just saying there, which is, you know, that transition from academia to industry, what opportunities are there in your firms to continue that sort of academic progress where you go to conferences, publish papers, collaborate with people outside of your company, say with other universities? Do you have that sort of opportunity for people that are anxious about leaving academia behind entirely?
I'll start. It's probably going to be the toughest one for me to answer because, like I was just saying, Tibra is quite, well, proprietary trading is quite a secretive industry. What we can offer is that you will be working on the forefront of just about every field that you touch. Finance has this curious property that, from as someone who comes from engineering, I don't think exists in many other fields, which is the kind of the fact that it's essentially game theory. You're competing against other participants, and there's this constant arms race, which is quite fascinating. So the ground you're working on is almost like quicksand, and so there's this constant demand to innovate and drive and come up with innovative new solutions to problems. So that's there, but you won't be publishing it. What we have done more and more, and I mentioned the Tibra Foundation at the start. So we have partnered with University of Wollongong, and we're hoping to kind of expand those relationships to other universities such as USyd. In the case of Wollongong, we've funded a named maths chair who will be starting later in the year. That's a professorial position, and through that we're hoping to kind of reach out more and perhaps start to reach out to academia and do more consulting projects which we've had a bit of success with in the past.
Okay. I think it's important to note there's some complexities that around IP generation and things like that needs to be taken into consideration. Overall, though, Microsoft's very supportive of people taking a further education. We have opportunities for your degrees or advanced degrees to be funded. We have programs where we can help students out with course fees and things like that. But if you were to identify an opportunity for further research where you're concerned about IP ownership, talk to our HR and legal team. That can help you identify whether this is a situation we don't want to be in where there's competition. You're developing a product while using Microsoft resources to compete against us. These types of things we need to avoid as well.
We take similar, make sure that when we develop our partnerships with the universities, that is considered then. We do say no to universities if that is leaning that way, that it's just not commercially viable. In saying that, through our company and with the APR, with USyd and the NLP group, we've got 2 or 3 papers this year that have been accepted. and they've gone through to be talked about and everything else in different groups. So we're actively, yes, please. If that's what you can do and you can still solve problems with us and you want to play with us and we want to partner with universities, we're setting up we've got partnerships with multiple universities in Australia and overseas. We're also setting up interstate now, as well as in New South Wales. We've got University of Tasmania. We're setting up ones over in Western Australia and in Wollongong and Western Sydney. So we believe in actually the academia is in a unique advantage for us, given the technology that we're on and the ability to actually tap a resource, which is very smart people in the country that we need to work for or with. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a combination of two, right? On the partnership side, it's an essential feature that if you develop something together, sure, there's a period where it has to be under wraps, but a lot of our partnerships are focusing on the utility of our product and learning from customers who can become partners or partners who are part customers. So yes, there is conferences and publications for internal only work. We are at conference to learn. We sometimes at conference to present. I'm going to see the CSIO conference tomorrow to present. So those cases take place, but we can't present everything. We might not be as fast as the finance development space with our competition, because some of our developments might take a lot longer on the hardware side, but we nonetheless have competition. So not everything gets to see the sunlight. And we have probably 2 to 3 papers a year on utility and some background IP that comes out after it gets patented. So patent first, publish second.
Thank you very much. Just checking from the floor if there's any questions at this point. Just whack your hand up and Athea will get to you. In the meantime, oh, there is. Okay. This gentleman here.
I just have a question in terms of like the networking of the PhD. That when you hire a PhD student, actually that student is connected with the supervisors, and then lots of potential opportunities of the collaboration between the lab and also your companies. I mean, when you hire them, especially when you are in the same field, would you think about like collaborating with the lab of students, or maybe in a different way? Let's say instead of hiring the students, maybe let the student to postdoc with his advisor, and then the guy can collaborate with the lab like that. Is that kind of like something you're considering?
Yeah, so if I understood your question right, was the question whether if there's a research group that does something relevant to us, whether we be interested and we consider hiring a student, whether we put also potentially do collaboration and working via grant funding as a linkage or the like, so the teams are hiring a person. It's a very different value what we get out of a staff compared to what we get out of a partnership. So as a staff to work on any project that's suitable for Inventia. As a partnership, it's only dedicated for a particular purpose, and if it won't change that. So it's very different situation. So if you hire somebody, first of all, your question, if you hire somebody from a research group because of that person's background, then we're already getting a lot of value of what the team could offer via that person. So we're probably not going to start a partnership. And also it's an odd relationship between former boss and current boss. So that's unlikely happening. We have a policy, we don't hire from customers, collaborators, or partners. And because we openly engaging with anybody without them worrying that we're poaching any of the people we engage with. And so broadly no is sometimes maybe only question.
I can only agree with what you've said, so there's nothing for me to add.
I haven't seen that scenario executed within Microsoft before. So, but I don't want to say no, that it never happens. And we already have a partnership with the University of Sydney for the quantum lab that we invest here. So there is some of that work in specialized areas going on already. But globally, I think the scenario you described doesn't happen very often, if at all.
Yeah, mostly similar answer. I think in our industry, I think, and again, probably in a lot of industries, but I can only speak for trading, the domain is very very specialized, and the ability for someone who's not in that industry to develop something that in isolation on its own can have an impact, that's quite unlikely. And what's more common is that someone can come into our industry, learn how it works, be a member of our group, learn the systems and understand the markets essentially, and then apply their niche. That's where great things happen. So there have been instances where we've worked with consultants on certain very bespoke projects, but that's not the norm, it's more an exception.
Thank you. Any more questions from the floor?
Hi, thank you very much. So my question is regarding the experience. So there are some PhD, even PhD program which takes more than 5 to 6 years, probably in USA. But in here, we have to complete our PhD within 3.5 years. So just after the graduation, when we compare the experience in terms of experience, the student who has done 5 years or 6 year PhD program has more experience or maybe more publications, or he has a good research background. So even in here, do we have to, in the industry perspective, is there any competition between this kind of experience or based on this research period or graduate degree period?
No, not really. I mean, if you were to apply for a job at Tibra, generally the way that would look is I don't want to say we ignore CVs, that's not entirely true, but certainly for internships and the graduate roles, it's about your ability to get through the interview process essentially. So we emphasize that over anything else. So initially, certainly to get a graduate role or to get an internship or to join the graduate program, the answer to your question is no, there's no difference. I would say though that there's nothing, experience is great, right? And if you've taken 5 or 6 years to do your PhD and you've published and you've got some experience in some tangential fields, that's great, not a bad thing. But I certainly wouldn't say that someone who's done a 3-year PhD is in any way disadvantaged. No.
No, certainly not. That I don't think we'd be considering it at that level. If you were looking for other ways to differentiate yourself as a candidate, for example, I'll give you 2 bits of advice. One is when preparing your resume or in an interview, be aware of the context that the role sits in. So for me, what I see is a lot of very technical people interviewing or applying for cloud architect roles, but forgetting that the context of the role sits in is a sales organization, and we're there to make the sales team look good. So I'm always looking for someone who has the technical background to be able to do the job, but also can demonstrate to me that they would fit within a sales team and have an understanding of the mindset that brings. So context for the role is important. The other thing is that a lot of industries will have industry certifications. So Microsoft's an obvious one. We have Microsoft certifications at all different levels. So the most basic being what we call foundational ones. So Microsoft Azure Foundation, for example. If you were to apply for as a PhD without perhaps a lot of work experience in this area, there's enough intelligence in the room. Everyone in this room would be able to complete one of those foundational certifications within 2 weeks. All the content is online. You can do it online in your own time. But what that does is it shows that you're invested in the idea of learning about the business, learning about our technology, and having a basic understanding, hitting the ground on day one.
Yeah, I think for us, the internships, we've only had a couple, so we don't have that long tenure as far as having them for years and years. But certainly our experience is we've gone to the departments through the university and gone, hey, look, we've got a customer that wants to solve this problem. Can you help us to get to a department? And from the department, we go through their heads of department to find the correct candidates. So whether that's a 3 or 5 year, I don't think that's got to do with it. It's got to do with actually solving the customer problem.
Yeah, I completely agree with the statement so far that the duration of the PhD, whether it's 3 or 5 years, and you can have Australian PhD students who spend 8 years or 10 years, that is not exclusive to other countries. that ultimately doesn't matter. What we care about are people able to complete things. And you might have completed lots of stuff in a 10-year PhD or in 5 years or in 3 years. So publications to that extent matter less so on the quantity of, is it in Nature, a Science or something else? It's more about, can you close a project? Can you not just start things? It's a common thing in PhD that you start lots of avenues, but how many are you able to close to completion success? And the competition between, the competition is in some ways much wider than it's a US versus Australian PhD. It's people who apply here, apply somewhere else. And the background of the PhD by itself doesn't make much difference.
Well, thank you very much for that. Oh,
I might be giving away a trade secret here. I don't know if Optiv is in the room. Awards are strongly correlated to performance. So when we look at CVs and we look at correlations between how people perform in the workplace and what's written on their CV when they apply, academic awards are always a standout. So if I were in your position, I'd be putting my name forward. I don't know exactly all the processes or how that works, but something to consider.
thank you very much for that. I mean, that's some fantastic advice about what the companies are looking for and what you can do to improve your chances of moving over to industry. So unfortunately, we've run out of time, but I'd like everyone to thank our panelists. So Armin Schwartz from Tibra Capital, Katie Scott from Microsoft, Malcolm Layton from Fortify Edge, and Martin Engel from Inventia Life Science. So thanks everyone for your questions and your participation, and please feel free to circulate after the session. The best way to get a job is to network and chat to people and find out what they're looking for. So please take advantage of the fact that these employers are here and are willing to talk to PhDs about the next step in their careers. So thanks everyone.
I'd just like to invite our student and supervisor panelists to come on up. That's all right. And also, did someone leave their wallet outside before? Okay, well, I've got it if anyone knows who that is. Also, please stick around because we're having another showcase session again at 5 o'clock. So it'll give you a chance to meet some of the industry people again, get to know them, have a chat. Yeah, have a seat, guys. I think we're still waiting on Amy. Yeah, oh, there. There, okay. All right. So if we please give a warm welcome to our student and academic panel. So to start off, I think it'd be good to for you guys to introduce yourselves, talk a bit about like the perspective that you'll be presenting, and a bit about what you think the value of industry engagement is. So to start off, should we have Amy?
Hi, I'm Amy. I'm a third-year PhD, or 3.5 year now, PhD student in chemistry. Liz is my academic supervisor. So I did an internship with Orica last year through API Intern. I just applied generally. And the thing that made me want to engage with industry, I guess, was first and foremost, I sort of had the idea that maybe having an industry placement or an industry internship might set me apart a little bit. And also that I wasn't sort of gung-ho and like really super invested in having an academic career as well. So I thought by sort of having an industry experience, it might give me an idea as to how research can be applied in industry, because it's that great pairing of not only just jumping into industry, but it was a industry project that was research focused. So that's basically what made me want to do it. And I guess what was the second part of the question? It was,
Yes, so the value and your experience.
so it was a great experience because I was sort of lucky in that my internship was, I applied generally, but then Mark did the job of linking me up with Orica because they had a research need, I guess, or a research problem, which specifically was about sensing metals or metal contaminants in some of their ammonium nitrate solution projects. So that was the specifics of it. And my background is fluorescence sensing of heavy metals. So it was sort of applying my research field to their research problem. I know other internships might be a little bit different, where you sort of have, you're sort of going into a project that is a little bit different from your own experience. But for me, it was almost like a collaboration where I sort of presented my expertise to them and sort of worked the project out that way. So it was a really validating experience to sort of see how my research can be applied to industry. But yeah, also just working in a different environment as well with some fresh faces as well was a nice little break in the sort of the middle of my PhD as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Amy. Now from Tom about your experience.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I'm Tom. My background, I did a PhD in cancer research out at Westmead, and I was focused on sort of understanding how cancer cells interacted with their surrounding environment and how the environment affected the cells. And I'm kind of getting towards the end of my PhD, and my supervisor actually was interested in the underlying technology that Inventure is selling, and so she was engaged with Inventure, and I went along, and then the internship came out from that, and it was lucky. Like I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. I wasn't sure whether I wanted to stay in academia or not. I wanted to kind of look at different avenues and explore kind of different possibilities, and Inventia was a really nice opportunity where I could meet sort of I could match the opportunity to kind of further explore like kind of development and research, and because there's a research and development arm within Inventia, but in a different setting, in a business setting, which was really interesting. So yeah, I took that opportunity and ran with it, and now I'm 3 years at Inventia. So yeah, it worked out pretty well for all parties, I think. Yeah.
What do you think the value of doing an internship was to your career and to your PhD experience?
I mean, apart from the obvious value, just a different perspective on things. I think I remember the morning after I submitted my PhD, and I was kind of standing in the kitchen, and I just thought, what am I going to do now? And it was a little bit like, for a moment, it was a bit daunting, and I'm sure some people coming towards the end of their PhD periods where you invest a lot of your energy and time in something that you love, and then you maybe have a moment where you're like, oh, what am I going to do now? It was an amazing opportunity where I was able to realize that, I could apply the same, the passion and interest that I have for science in a different area, in a different setting, and still give value and get value. And so that was awesome.
Awesome, thank you.
Hi, my name is Henry Weld. I'm a PhD candidate in the School of Computer Science. I have a previous PhD from just across here in Karsla Building many years ago in mathematics, and then worked in industry for 17 years and came back to do a Master of Data Science. And then the penultimate subject I did in there was the natural language processing subject, and fell in love with that deeply, as it's a combination of language and mathematics and computing, where I'd spent most of my career and academic life. So I'm a self-finance PhD. So I had said to my supervisor, I started doing a PhD after that, I should say. I'm self-financed, and I had said to my supervisor at some stage, if anything comes along that you think might pay some money, might be interesting, can you let me know? And she eventually, after a year or so, brought up the idea of an internship with Fortify Edge. Now, she had previous contact with them from University of Tasmania. So the reasons I thought about, and the reasons I went ahead with it, were the money, first of all. Secondly, I wanted to work in a startup environment. So a small company. I'd worked in CBA for 17 years, so a very different environment. And thirdly, I wanted, feet on the floor experience in applying machine learning, deep learning algorithms, and got all of that. So that was great. I can talk about that more if people want. The work I was doing was different to NLP because it was analysis of multivariate time series. So it's different to, the data is quite different to what I had been working with. But what has been interesting is that I've gone on to apply some of the models that we use in NLP to that multivariate time series world, which is something that's not really been done too much in Anger yet. So there's options for the future there.
Thank you.
The experience was great. Sorry, the startup experience was great. It's very nimble. It's, things turn very quickly as new opportunities come up for them. The contacts with industry, with Thales and NASA, which Malcolm mentioned, have been really interesting, and ARM and other companies as well. It's very vibrant, obviously. It's a very different environment to both large companies and academia. So that was really great experience.
To hear the supervisor's perspective.
Yeah, so I'm a professor of chemistry. As Amy sort of mentioned, we're interested in fluorescent sensors for various applications. And I have never done an industry internship nor worked in industry. And therefore, industry placements are particularly valuable to me for a number of reasons. I think, one, realistically, my students will not necessarily go into academia, but I'm not particularly helpful in suggesting how they might go about getting jobs elsewhere. And so the more industry contacts I can make and the more opportunities I can give them to experience life outside academia, the better. I've had a few students now go through both the APR intern program and other internships, and it's been hugely useful for them bringing skills back to the group, but also just perspectives. I mean, my research is really potentially commercializable, but it's not something that I'm skilled in. And ultimately, I would love for my students to be trained in this world and want to set up companies for me. And what better way to do that than for them to have their own industry experience? And so I think that is a huge benefit. In the case specifically of Amy's internship with Orica, we have continued the discussion after she's finished and potentially may put in a linkage grant application and continue. Certainly we'll publish a paper with them, but maybe continue this research. And again, in this world where linkage funding is the highest success rate funding from the ARC pool, that's a really valuable thing to be forming those industry relationships. So I'm a huge fan and a huge supporter, and I hope all my students will have the opportunity to do some form of industry engagement during their PhDs.
Thank you, everyone. So now we'll get into the Q&A portion. So if you've got any questions, please put your hand up and Mark will come around with a mic, or you can put it into the Slido as well. To start off, I think one thing a lot of students can be concerned about is how do you manage like conflicting deadlines and priorities between your research and your internship? So we can just go down the line.
I mean, I think from a supervisor's perspective, it has to be something that you talk about with your supervisor, and there needs to be a clear decision of how many hours or how much time you are spending on an internship, and therefore that should be taken into account. So whether you're doing part-time internship, part-time PhD studies, or actually taking a block of time off, I needed to be reminded often by my students when they're on internships that I shouldn't be asking for them to, do work for me. And I think that's important to manage. I mean, as you should be managing your projects, to manage that balance between the two aspects. But I think it's important just to be open and recognize that the time you're spending on an internship is not taking away from your PhD, but it's really giving you benefit.
Right, back on. What's going on?
So I did an APR internship, and that was basically full time. So for 3 months, that was my main focus. Now, both the startup lifestyle and the PhD lifestyle, at least in a big research group like we're in, is takes many hours of the day. It's 7 days. You're available 7 days a week, let's say, and have meetings at night as well. So look, there was no real difference in the amount of time I spent on working, yep. But it was just a 3-month block of work basically on this.
For me, like maybe it was a bit different. I was doing my internship towards the end of my PhD. I'd submitted and I was waiting for the feedback to come back. It's a pretty good moment to do an internship, really. I also, I guess I was looking for something different. I was looking to like fully immerse myself in the company and the company's objectives and stuff. I guess the one kind of conflict and balance that I had to strike was that I entered the company with a research project, and that was come up with my supervisor, but and I had to balance that workload with general company workload. I was embedded in a development team. I had kind of company-centric sort of objectives that I needed to hit on, and I needed to balance both of those things. And so that was something I had to discuss with my supervisor and with my with Martin. But yeah, it worked out pretty well. So.
So my PhD was sort of, my internship was about halfway through my PhD, but the arrangement with APR, I believe in my case, was a 3-month period. I think that was sort of a good timing for me, because any longer than that, I think would have been a little bit too much time away from my PhD. So what I decided to do was remain enrolled as a student at USyd while doing my internship, which was, I think the arrangement formally was 4 days a week. So where I was sort of working on the project 4 days a week, and then the 5th day was allowing me to stay, keep up with my teaching commitments. So I teach first year chemistry. So I had to sort of make sure, I was a bit worried because I was I doing tutoring or demonstrating at the time? Tutoring. So it actually worked out pretty well for me, because I was sort of worried at the first, like, am I going to have to give up my teaching contract, and that's only 3 months? And then am I going to have to sort of like not have teaching for the other half of the semester? But it was pretty flexible. Also, something that was a silver lining of the arrangement, I actually had to do my internship remotely, which is sort of what a lot of APR interns had to do during like the pandemic. So although I wasn't able to actually do my research for Orica at the technical centre in Kurri Kurri, because it's outside of Greater Sydney, it meant that I was sort of able to do the work, but also keep up with my teaching commitments. And also part of it, at least in the APR internship, you retain your academic supervisor. So like liaising with your supervisors, both academic and industry, is part of it. So I felt that that particular model suited me quite well. And it was a little chunk out of my broader PhD research, but that sort of was a good thing as well. It gave me a sort of break, put those projects on ice for a little bit, do something a bit different, but also still, learn some new skills, and was able to come back to it at the start of the year. And like Liz said, sort of still keep tabs on some of that project and keep in contact with Orica through various things. But I was lucky, I guess it sort of all, fell into place.
What would you say your expectations were going in, and how was your actual experience different from that?
So yeah, I guess my expectation in when I first put in through a general application at APR was that maybe I'll learn heaps of new skills and potentially, hopefully, go into a different workplace. So that was, I guess, my expectation. Unfortunately, because of COVID, I wasn't able to do that. But I still was able to learn the new skills and also make some connections and things like that as well. Overall, it was a very, very positive experience. I guess the only thing that sort of held me back in terms of fully immersing myself in the company and doing that was that I physically wasn't allowed to be there. But they were very accommodating, in like we had weekly, more than weekly Teams meetings to sort of keep me involved and things like that. So yeah, overall, if the pandemic wasn't there, I think it would have been a little bit more immersed, but yeah.
I think with a substantial amount of time spent in an academic environment, you obviously become accustomed to that. And so I think one of the one of the things that became apparent when I came to Inventia. I was in this academic mentality. I was thinking that I was going to go and do an academic project with Inventia's technology, and then I got in there and realized that there's a difference between academic science and industry science. Industry science is very fast. It's project driven. It's outcome driven. And while you want to be rigorous, you want to kind of jump to the point where either you drop a project because it's not a viable product, or you push further forward because it's something that is, advantageous to the company and the customers. And so I think that was a big kind of shift for me. I went in with this academic mindset, and I had to learn how to kind of operate in an industry kind of science setting, and it was really valuable. It was a bit of retooling. You kind of had to learn to think in a different way, but it was really valuable. And I now realize that there's not one that's wrong or one that's right. It's just a different way of thinking, but it's an important way to think in an industry setting, because you don't have 4 years to deeply explore a problem. You need to work out whether it's going to work or it's not, and then you have to move on, because that's industry. That's how companies stay afloat and produce products. So yeah, it was good. It was valuable.
I think expectations going in were fairly clear. I guess the thing I questioned was, what are we going to get done in 3 months? It's actually quite a short amount of time. But I quickly learned the concept of MVP, minimum viable product, which is fairly foreign to us PhD students. But that was great. So yeah, we put something together in 6 weeks of the 3 months, and then fine-tuned it effectively and put all the framework around it in terms of explaining how it works and pitching it to people and talking to clients about it, receiving client feedback and updating it and things like that, which are all part of the process. So yeah, one thing that I did learn is that in a small company, which is effectively just 4 or 5 people in this case, you are responsible for a lot more than just your little focus area. Which is what would have been the case in a large company or in a PhD. So so everything from hardware choices and deployment, as I said, updating the product with client feedback and things like that, pitching it, things like that are all down to you in a sense. Yeah. Okay.
So I should just ask, does anyone in the room have any questions before I just keep going on with all my questions? If you have one, yes.
Thanks everyone for sharing. My question was similar to what you were just talking about. 3 or 4 months is a very short time from my experience of doing a research project. So how do you formulate something that you can put together in such a short time? And when you were talking about MVP, what if your proposal just falls through? Do you have like a backup strategy to deal with that?
So the idea of what the product should do was in place when I started. So it was really just selecting a model and coding it up and putting it together, and sourcing data as well to train the model on, which was part of it. So in terms of does it, I mean, it worked. It did what it was supposed to do, and our confidence levels in the prediction were high 90s, high 90%. So we were quite happy with what came out of it. But then there's a whole process of convincing the rest of the world that it's useful, I guess. So the product is still being shown to people, and variations of it are still being shown to people, and I'm not sure what I can say, Malcolm, but I guess it's received enough positive feedback now to convince people that it's worth investing money in, I guess is what I'm getting at. Yep. Does that answer your question? Somewhat. Yep.
I think my experience was a bit different. I came in with this as I kind of said before, like a bit of an academic project in mind using that technology. And maybe because I didn't fully understand the technology properly, I quickly realized that like what I wanted to achieve in a 4-month period was, you know, way like outside of what I could achieve. But I think in science, or just higher degrees, PhDs, you realize you often do that, right? You come in with an idea and then you start exploring that idea, and then quickly you realize that, oh, you didn't quite understand the space well enough, but there are things that come off it that are valuable, and then you follow them and you explore them. And so elements of that project that I went in with, you know, turned into a product, and it didn't take very long. So there were offshoots from that were valuable and that I explored, and then I saw the value in, and I put them to other people in the company, and they became valuable in a product sense. I guess just in terms of the time, like the other thing you learn in industry is you want to fail fast, and as fast as possible. And so, you know, just because you're only there for 3 months, that doesn't mean that you can't have an impact. Just because your project isn't successful doesn't mean that it was a failure either, because, you know, whatever comes out of that might be the you know, the foundation of a quick pivot to something else in a different direction that's worthwhile for the company. So yeah, you can get a lot out of 3 months.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that my project was short. It was 3 months, and sort of what Mark was talking about before, how an API internship doesn't necessarily have to be like you doing something that the company really, really needs doing. For me, it was something that Orica hadn't spent any time on at all. It was more of an interest sort of that they put out there. And so any sort of input on that was really welcome. So for the 3 month, it was pretty, like, before you sort of dive into the internship, at least through the APR program, you have a pretty, like, I guess flexible, but there's a sort of, what's it called, timeline of what you sort of want to do. And there's some specific objectives that you can see before signing up, that you can say, okay, well, in the 3 months, like I should be able to meet these objectives and hopefully have some kind of output from it. So I guess there's not too much, sort of, unlike when you're doing your academic PhD research and you're sort of like, okay, yeah, 3 months, sort of, I want to do that. It was more on paper, literally, okay, checking in every week. And it was, at least in my case, pretty structured. So it was a little bit easier, I think, getting something done in 3 months than a normal, and then any of my PhD projects, to be honest. So yeah.
And I think we've got another question over here.
Hi, I think my question is more towards Amy or Henry. So my question is, so your experience and your learning that you got in your internships, did they help you when you came back to your academic environment and your performance in the academic environment? And if it did, what exactly those takeaways were?
I'd say yes. So one of the main things, I guess, is that my project was pretty aligned, like my PhD work was pretty aligned to the project that I signed up for in my internship. So a big bit of it is going to actually like form a chunk of my thesis as well. So that was pretty helpful. And that sort of case by case, but that was my experience. In terms of going back from finishing the internship and going back into sort of seeing how that helped my research, I learned some new skills, like some new technical skills that I could actually apply to some like sort of safety things in terms of my actual research, which was cool. But probably as an anecdote, the main takeaway for me was that as part of my internship, I did a presentation for the broader company because they wanted to sort of check in with what people are doing. And so that communication of trying to explain my research to people that had pretty much no idea of my field was super valuable. So anytime there's an experience to do some research and sort of communicate research was really useful for me. Yeah.
I know you think that maybe I don't have something to contribute here, but I think that there is something, because I did finish my internship and thought immediately, oh, if I went back into an academic environment, I would approach it differently. And I think that's because, industry is so fast and outcome driven, and so really is an academic career. Like, there are outcomes that you have to hit on, and you really need to kind of structure the way you work to hit them as fast as you can, while like maintaining, you know, curiosity and the ability to explore a space and everything. And so I think there is just something general that you can learn and take back to an academic environment for sure.
I think I'll just echo the technical skills. As I said, one thing I wanted was to get practical experience in applying the models we've been learning about and coding in a sense. And although we do a certain amount of project management, for example, to finish a project, to write a paper for a particular conference, say, the skills that I learned in this environment were quite different in terms of I don't know, just designing everything from scratch and a different kind of reportability, I guess. You don't need to write a long paper at the end, but you do need to make sure your science is good and make sure that your results are explainable and that you've got the correct metrics and things like that. And then explaining it verbally to a wide range of clients, whether that's within your own company or people that you're pitching to, and then as well the academic people, your supervisor and other people within the department that you might present to. So I mean, these are all just practical skills that are good for use in both future work and in future academic work. Yeah.
Thank you. Another question? One more.
Just the previous question. Firstly, a comment on APR intern projects are 3, 4, 5 or 6 months, generally negotiable depending on the project from the industry partner's point of view and or the size of that. SME startups start with 3 months and sometimes extend it for another 3,000 for 4 months and so on. The average we've done is 4.5 across all the internships, and bigger industry want 5 or 6. They want the max because that's the bang for the buck, I suppose. So yes, it does take things, but you need to have there's a project plan in there, as Amy mentioned, and Tom. Basically, you can work back from that to see what is deliverable. You can't have too many objectives in there. So we look for that, not to overstretch. And it's like, as you said, you got to go down a rabbit hole to find out what's down there. And it could be that you don't need to go down there, but you need to know that that was the outcome. Just a comment, I was just out there, I had taken an urgent call. Has the question to Liz come up about how do you get your supervisor to support you doing an internship? Has that come up?
Oh, that was actually the next question.
Oh,
but
sorry.
Yes, no, that's good. Thank you, Liz.
I can only speak for myself. I think I have not spoken to a colleague that does not support their students doing internships. I think there is that concern that of the way it's set up, and if this is taking time out of the PhD, then that needs to be discussed. But we all recognize that we generally lack in our understanding of industry and our ability to advise students on industry. And so this is becoming a really popular way to help students get there. I would advise students to talk to your supervisor, but if they are not supportive, then talk to your wider supervisory team, whatever that is, whoever does your progress, your PMs, or whoever has that oversight or can sort of advocate on your behalf. Because I think you would be unlucky to have a supervisor who's not supportive, but it won't be everyone in your supervisory team who is not supportive. So someone will take up your case and help argue, or your associate head of school for postgraduate, whoever that is. There will be people who will support you and will help you get there. And ultimately, it's a really important part of your PhD education, I think.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And thank you to our panelists. I think that's time. So can we take one more?
So the three of you have now in a relatively unique position of having done academia and industry. If you had in front of you a career in academia or a career in industry, which would you choose and why?
I'll answer first. I think it's really good. No, I think it's really good to have a good perspective. I think there are so many opportunities for PhD graduates to make an impact wherever they end up. And I think it's helpful for you to have done an internship to see that you can make an impact outside academia, because I think that's sometimes a lie that academia sells, that it's the be all and end all. So I love being an academic, and I want to put that out there because I don't want you all to think that it's a terrible career, but I love the fact that there are opportunities to see where students can go off. Because when I look at where our PhD graduates in the last 10 years have gone, they've gone to all sorts of exciting different places, and they're changing the world wherever they end up. So I think there are great careers everywhere.
I think I'll answer this as an older intern. My guess is that personally I'll be going back to industry. And the reason for that is I think I probably don't have enough time to build an academic career of any real meaning at my age. So, but that's my consideration. But other people here who are asking about older internships before might be interested in that.
I think it's definitely worth exploring both pathways. I think I could see myself still in academia. I really like my job in industry, and I'm glad that I found it. But I think, you know, you can't let yourself feel that the only path after a PhD is in academia, and maybe you're not sure, or you're a bit daunted by that path. And as you progress in your PhD and you start to have kind of wonders, like, it's not a bad thing to explore. And even if you do end up back in academia, like, there's things that you can take from industry experience that'll help you there. Yeah. So yeah, it's a bit of a on the fence kind of answer, but I really think that there's benefit to both, and there's benefit to exposure in both areas that can help you whichever way you go.
I'm also on the fence, and I'm allowed to be because I have a little bit longer of my PhD to go. I guess I can't answer that just yet, but when you guys alluded to the idea of developing something as a team in industry and how everyone helps each other, that sounds amazing. Whereas, you know, in academia, it's sort of like, I want to be first author on that paper, so my project. So that aspect of it is like, and working with people I would love. But the aspect of teaching, especially in academia, is something that I don't know I want to give up yet. So yeah, jury's still out for me, but this has been really helpful. This panel definitely, and the other panels as well, to sort of push me in one way or the other.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists for joining us.
Yes, thank you very much, everyone. So I've been asked to close, and I've been given, I think, the difficult task of trying to just say a few key points of takeaway from today, which is pretty difficult because it's been such a wonderful day and there's been so much to kind of draw on. And I think it was a perfect closing comment, a question that you asked and comments that people gave. What I am going to do, though, is to talk to you a little bit about what is the political landscape of why at the University of Sydney we're really going to be prioritising industry internships, because I think you've heard a lot already today about why they're likely to be very beneficial for you, and because I think that this is a problem that we kind of all share in academia. So let me just tell you, this is from the government's website. This is the funding model on which the university gets money to support PhD students. So I'm sure that many of you are aware that there's been a reduction in the number of scholarships in the recent years. And the reason is because the funding that the university is getting for PhD completions only comes at the end of the degree. And it's been falling for the University of Sydney year upon year for the last decade. Now, some of that I think is about what I talked about at the beginning. You know, we need to value our students. You're doing great work. But we also do need to share in this problem of getting people to complete on time and so forth. So the way that it works out is 50% of the funding that comes in that funds the scholarships is actually based on completions. Until you complete, the university gets no money for that. So this is one of the reasons why we don't like it when you have the 5- and 6-year PhD scholarships. And that was a great question that you asked, because actually, you know, there is not a perception that taking 6 years in a PhD is better somehow than taking 3 or 4 years. And certainly in the Australian context, you know, all the universities, because the government sets 3.5 years or 4 years as the completion date, but that includes your examination. So that's why the university's been cracking down a bit on the time that it takes. Now, on just about Christmas Eve last year, the department gave some additional information around the fact that they wanted to weight industry internships more in this calculation. So you would have seen, sorry, just going back, that HDR completions are costed like this. So if you're doing a PhD and you're in a high cost, so you're doing experiments, the funding is higher than if you're in a master's and higher than if you're in a low cost. And of course, because the government rightly wants to encourage us to train more Indigenous students, the weighting is greater again. From this year, from students starting this year who submit from 2024 onwards, there's going to be a +2 added for people that do an industry internship that meets these criteria. So we are really keen to encourage people to do industry internships that are secured within the first 18 months of your candidature, full-time equivalent. So if you're part-time, 3 years. That doesn't mean you have to do the internship in that time. So like Amy did hers, sort of halfway through the degree, the idea though would be that you sign the contract early on, even if you're going to do it in a year's time. It then has to be at least 3 months duration. And I think all of you are saying that you actually think that's quite short, so we agree. And it has to be the equivalent of at least 60 full-time days. And the last thing that the government requires is that it has to be related to your research. But actually, that's very broadly defined. So it doesn't mean that it has to be included in your PhD, but it means, like the students here talked about, is teaching you either things that where you're using the skills from your PhD, so it's directly related in content, or it's teaching you skills that are going to help you to complete your PhD. So we define that really broadly and try to find something that will be related. And so I had a couple of questions during the break earlier about, we've talked a lot about STEM today, but I was pleased to hear the earlier panel talked about somebody from anthropology, for example. And certainly we've placed students in the Department of Education, for example. There's lots of potential for internships in government policy. So don't think that this is just about STEM. Right, we have options as well for people who are from other areas of the university as well. But these are the internships that we're trying to encourage because we want to try and revive our HDR cohort. We want people to be able to do great research, to be able to finish in a timely way, to be able to get these great experiences. And by doing that, we will also then actually help the university to be able to fund the next generation of HDR students. And that's very important because when we start to lose our share of that money, that's when it's harder for us to be able to support you and it becomes a vicious cycle. And we're really hoping that this is an opportunity for the university that's going to be a win-win for everyone, so that we can sort of turn the tides on the current pattern, but also give you these wonderful experiences that is going to help you whether you ultimately decide that you want an academic job or one in industry, as the panel discussed a moment ago. So just so that you know, this is going to be a priority. We'll be talking a lot about it. The Learning Hub are already planning a second event here about entrepreneurship. And we're also going to probably be looking to do some webinars once we get our processes finalized and completed, both for you and your academic supervisors, because, you know, it's wonderful to have Liz here who's so supportive. I'm not sure 100% of our academics would be, but we certainly want to encourage them to be. So we're going to work all together, hopefully, to bring that. And, you know, it really will be a helpful thing, I think, for people, as you've heard today. So I won't harp on more about that. So this is the process that we have. APR Intern, that's the website. I can certainly make these available to all attendees, where you can find out available internship opportunities and the eligibility requirements, to find out about what's available, things that might be of interest to you, that might be related to your PhD topic, or related to an area in which, if you're able to develop skills, you could actually take a new direction in your PhD if you're early enough to do so. You then do need to talk with your supervisor about that opportunity because it is important that you have an academic supervisor. But as Liz said, it doesn't have to be your primary supervisor, your lead supervisor, could be anybody on your supervisory team. And if you want to do an internship and you're having trouble, I absolutely agree with what Liz said. Talk to your associate head, research education, or your academic director if you're in the Faculty of Medicine and Health, and they can help you to identify someone. Then apply now. We need you to not only apply to APR intern, but also to get the student approval form, because we need to know who's going on placement and internship so that we can ensure that the insurances are in place. And so there are some reasons why, you know, if you're very close to the end, for example, once you submit your thesis, you're no longer covered by insurance. So we need to make sure that you're doing it before then. Then you email the student approval form to HEDRAC Ops and for validation and approval, and the scholarships office will talk to you because we do need you to know about a few bits and pieces about taking your scholarship out. Depends whether you're an international or domestic student, and we're just trying to finalize ways to try and ensure that, for example, if you're a domestic student, you can suspend during your internship so that you don't continue to use up both your scholarship or your time towards candidature. And if you're an international student, we're trying to find ways that we can make similar arrangements that you're not financially impacted by needing to extend because the government doesn't allow you on visas to suspend. It takes about 10 days for that process to occur. So with that, that's it. I'm not going to say any more. I want to really thank everybody who contributed today. You know, Inga is always wonderful and was this morning. Thank you so much, Mark, for your talk, not this morning, early this afternoon, and also your questions. To our fantastic moderators, Mark and Athena, thank you so much. You did a wonderful job, I'm sure you will agree. And of course, to our panelists. And so the final thing really for me to say is that there are some good things, I think, happening in HDR land. So we do have the 3-minute thesis heats about to start. And I really encourage you, this is another really great skill that you can learn through taking part in that or visualize your thesis, how you're able to talk quickly your elevator pitch about your research in 3 minutes and get that across. And we'll have a wonderful event in this room in August where we will have the finals of that. And also we are beginning planning on what's going to be a series of wicked problem talks where we're going to get together and talk about the big problems in the community. And when I say talk about them, I mean showcase the wonderful research that the HDR students are doing in those problems. So we're hoping to be able to tell you about that soon. For the meantime, we have a showcase. We have another hour of this event. We have free wine and food. So I know that that's a draw card. We have a wonderful array of research-driven innovators who were here at lunchtime. There are some additional, afternoon tea time. There are some additional people. I'm sure you couldn't have had the chance to talk to them all. So please do stay, mingle, talk to each other. We always hear that it can be very isolating being an HDR student. So now is the time that you can chat and get to know your peers and colleagues and chew the ear of industry to see what you might be interested. So thank you all for coming. Thank you to everybody who spoke today. And I hope that you'll join me in having a couple of drinks over the next hour. All right. Goodbye, everyone. And don't forget that there's this wallet here. If anybody notices it missing. What will we do with the wallet? That was great. Thanks.